everyone. Thank you for rejoining. Obviously, there was just a bit of a delay there whilst they did a server reset, but I can confirm that the drivers are now out on track. There are 27 cars out there, which means everyone has managed to rejoin the server. I can't see or haven't heard about any complaints coming through about positioning and stuff, and from what I can tell, everyone is in the right place. So yeah, there should be a actually, I've got a bit of a creaky chair, so I'm going to get rid of that one because I don't want to have the creaky chair in their broadcast every for the rest of the day. So yeah, so people in the chat, there is Shepherd DRM saying good luck to everyone from the Too Slow Ferrari team. We also have More Than Coat in saying let's go, and Modern T saying too slow. So it looks like there is a lot of Too Slow supporters in here and a lot of racers. As we know, Too Slow Racing have got the biggest collective of drivers out there. So they have 4 teams. So obviously if they've got maximum drivers, that means they can have 16 drivers in their teams each time. But yeah, it was Sajek that got the pole position for TME Racing. I can see there's going to be a bit of Too Slow rivalry today. So just to mention that the fastest Too Slow team was the McLaren team with Ingham will be at the wheel for the first stint. I believe you have to, well, it says here that on the screen I'm looking at there's 2 mandatory pit stops, so I presume you have to at least pit twice, but over an endurance series you probably are going to pit 5 or 6 times because these tires after an hour or so are crying. You could potentially eke it out to 4 1.5 hour stints, but over the course of the 6 hours it will be a tough one. Just for anyone that's in the chat as well, obviously, so this is a 6-hour race, so please, I almost encourage you to all message, and if you want to, if you don't think I'm giving your team enough coverage, then feel free to hound me. If you want to ask a question, if you want to just talk about any random facts, just throw them out my way, because the only way we're going to get through this 6-hour race together is if we all work together in the chat. Dingham is saying no, Griffith is starting and qualified. I'll be finishing the last 2 hours. Okay, it just obviously on the screen here it does say that you're in the car, Ingham, but obviously that might not be the case then. I guess when, as is with these things, when the driver goes across the first timing line in the pre-race, the warm-up lap, that'll probably trigger the the change in name. So the drivers, the names I'm seeing at the minute might not necessarily be the correct order. Hopefully we're not going to have any dramas. Normally with these endurance series there is always a bit of an issue. One of the teams saying that they qualified in 21st, but they're now 27th. So I think, I've seen obviously someone saying ignore the mandatory pit stops. But again, you're going to be pitting more than twice anyway, so I wouldn't worry too much. But all in all, I think we've got through okay. So there's about just under a minute, before the formation lap starts. So obviously, when they get going, I will obviously walk you through the grid a bit more. And like I said, we have got 6 hours to kill. Just as an FYI, I will be commentating about 3 hours of the race, and for the other 3 hours I'll be resting the vocals. So I'll be doing the first hour, I'll be doing like I might even do 1 hour in the middle or a couple of half an hours just to keep you updated with any kind of action, and then I'll do the final hour between midnight and 1 a.m, which I'm looking forward to if you're in the UK. But obviously I'll do my best to try and look after you. But like I said, if you do feel like your team's not getting a lot of coverage, or you feel like you're about to get into a big battle and I'm missing it, please feel free to hop on and let me know. I'm also saying that we're not getting as many drop frames at the minute, which is better. So we were getting about 10%, now we're only getting 3. So hopefully that is a bit of an improvement as well. But let's go ahead and head over to the main broadcast now. Obviously they are just about to start on their way. And you can see at the top of the screen there, 6 hours we're about to go. 27 teams, 6 hours. I'd imagine we're going to see most teams finish this race. Obviously, some people do rage quit, but obviously because there is an entry fee required in order to enter this championship, most people have paid a fee to get in here. So I'd imagine we're going to see a bit more retention in regards to the drivers that stay out there. But yeah, on the formation lap now, we can see that it is TME Racing on pole. We have SWR and the Aston Martin alongside them on the front row. SRC have got themselves in third place currently, with the Razorbacks, DTI Razorbacks in fourth place. It is Drivers Room in fifth, with Too Slow Racing, the first of their 4 teams, in sixth place on the grid. K1 Esports is in seventh, with Robotham in eighth for Too Slow Racing again. That's a second or third team, sorry. No, second team. Second. And then we have Plus Ultra Competition. They are in ninth, with Laser Squad in 10th. United E-Racing ended up in 11th in qualifying, with DRS Team Italia in 12th. Dutch Delta Racing are in 13th. Alongside them is the third Too Slow Racing team, the Mustang team. Behind them is the remaining Too Slow team. So that's Too Slow with 4 cars in the top 15. They are alongside Made for Racing in 16th place. Avandro Enduro are in 17th, with ERD or Euro GXRS in 18th. Drivers Room, the second Drivers Room team, they're in 19th, with AXRL Nova Sport rounding out the top 20. Full Throttle Racing will start in 21st alongside the Humble Guys in 22nd. Phoenix Endurance Racing will be 23rd, with DAC Motorsport or DACC in 24th. Puff Puff Past You, they are 25th. And then we have Sakella Racing in 26th, with Blackwing Motorsport rounding out the grid in P27. Like I said, guys, we've got 6 hours of racing. I will reiterate that although there will be a 6-hour broadcast, I will only be commentating for 3 hours of it. So if you do not hear me at some point in the race, I will put there'll be this little mark come up here like this, and that'll pop up at the bottom to let you know that the broadcast is still running, but the commentary will resume again shortly. So if you see that, you do know that I'm on a break. If you don't see that, then I'm probably collapsed from the 6 hours of commentating. We have TMX Phantom in the chat saying, come on K1. So we have a K1 supporter there. All the drivers are coming around now to the last couple of corners, and you can see this is I'm hoping we're going to have a nice calm lap 1, as obviously there is a lot of racing to be done. I don't want to have any accidents on the first lap, because that would be annoying for the teams if they have to go in on the first lap and pit. There's so many cars here. You can see here, this is obviously we're riding with Cortez at the back for Blackwing Motorsport. You can look at all those cars ahead of him. So it's you can see like what I'm talking about. So although qualifying isn't important, you don't really want to be at the back looking at all these drivers. But Cortez here, they will be racing for Blackwing first. Obviously he is right at the back, so hopefully he can just stay out of trouble, like I said, and keep himself in the order. I'm going to go onto the helicam to start off with, and then we're going to go up to Sajek here to run with the start. Here we go. Look at this, guys. So we've got 6 hours of the Sim Racing Club's, the proper one, official championship. This is a 12 race championship, and we are here. Green lights, go, go, go. So the first race of the season, this is it. Sajek gets off clean. Like I said, there shouldn't be too much attacking on the first lap, but as I say that, the SRC Motorsport Ellis driver, he goes down the inside of Balametti into turn 1, but Balametti should have the inside line for the next corner. Like I said, they shouldn't squabble too much. I would like to think they're just going to try and get away cleanly. You can see that I think the Razorbacks had a bit of a slow start there, and it is one of the Fords. Is that Winters here that's tried to dive at the inside of Balametti, and he's now got another Aston Martin behind him, putting him under a bit of pressure. Oh no, so that is a Ford Mustang, sorry. Apologies there. But it is, it looks like Sajecta is the one that got away cleanly at the start, and I will try and get back to the front, but it's obviously always goes a bit crazy at the start. Yeah, so it's Sajecta that goes that through first. It looks like SRC have managed to creep up into second place, and then it is Balametti that does settle into third. Winters comes out in fourth, ahead of the other Ford Mustang in fifth, and you can see already the Ferrari there. So I'm trying to work out which Ferrari that one is, because obviously that is the pink one, I believe. of the DTI Rosebacks and all that. That is the McLaren. They have too slow. So you can see 5 cars coming down into the sweeping right-hander. 5 will not go around that bend. As I say, I did instantly think that was going to happen. So 1 car has collided, and that is a too slow team. That was the lead driver of Griffith for Too Slow Racing, the McLaren. I did think there was going to be a bit of a collision there, and he will find himself falling right down to the back of the order. I think he collided there with the would that have been the Ford of Cesaurus here. So the Plus Ultra competition car went down the inside of the Too Slow team, and that puts them back down the bottom of the order. But luckily for this championship, like I said, it is a 6-hour race. There's a lot more time to fight back. We can now see that the Ferrari there, Rebotham, is trying to put pressure on Cesaurus here as he tries to dive down the inside. I keep seeing this, the Razorback car, so that is the BMW head. So these guys have, sorry, I'm sort of missed something. So Rebotham has got past now the Ford of Cesaurus there, so he puts himself up to P7. Get my words out there. And it's the other Ferrari of Tremblay, who did start in 11th place, now finds himself up into P9. These drivers are starting to settle down, as you can see behind the Aston Martin of Scanlon for Laser Squad is trying to put pressure on the Dutch Stata Racing team. This is a battle for 11th and 12th. Just to catch up on the chat here as well, we can see that Dan Mudd has said go for it, Dak, and then Prometheus has said let's go too slow. And then Shepard saying, well, I'm not going to shout that on stream because I don't know if I'll get a warning. But he's using the expletive because of the too slow incident there. But a bit further down, though, we can see Freeman here is in a battle with his too slow counterparts. This is Freeman and Langley for 13th and 14th. Langley here trying to chase down his counterparts to go down to the back straight. This is Ford versus McLaren, a straight line speed. Now, I don't know who's going to beat this one, but you can see that the Ford is trying to close it down slightly, but it's not as much as you'd think. But he is now going to start to get a little bit closer. And is he going to think about a move? I'd imagine with being teammates here, he's just going to show that he's got a bit of speed, but I don't think he's going to tuck it down the inside because those two, like I said, are teammates, and you can tell them quite easily because they are the pink liveried cars. But those guys, they are. They're going to be racing for a bit of time now. Just to go back with the original Too Slow team, so they actually have got past Puff Puff past you already. So actually on the first lap, Puff Puff past you is currently the driver in last place. That is Dinosauro. He is currently 27th out of 27. I don't know if he's had an incident at the start, but Griffith has managed to recover from that early incident, and now he's on the back of the field at least, and he is now pushing on to the drivers ahead. But back up at the front, like I said, it is Sajek that has got the lead of this race. The fastest lap actually is currently sat with Balametti behind, but you can see Ellis is in second here, Balametti in third, and then we have Winters in fourth, and then we can see here that the BMW of Ferrari here, which is funny, a driver named Ferrari Racing for BMW, is trying to chase down the K1 Esports car Bowen. K1 have had a good start here, actually up into 5th place. I'm just going to ride with this one now and see how they get on. This is BMW versus Ford. If the BMW can set himself down here, he should be able to put some pressure on that car going down the back straight. Again, we can see Maggie Clee saying, can we see a heady shot of car number 373? Duffy saying, getting Ellis, great start. Yeah, magically we can have a look at car 373. So I'm just going to ride with this one down the back straight magically, and then we will go to the anyone that bets the admin team of car number 4 gets a penalty. Well, you never know, that is true. So who's saying that? So Meep. But magically, we will have a look at car 373 in a second. You can see that Ferrari now is trying to put pressure on the car ahead, but he just, again, they think better of it because at the end of the day, it's a 6-hour race and you want to just try and stay out of trouble. But we have had a request to have a look at car number 373, and like I said, I will try my best to try and keep an eye on everyone. So this is Holcomb for GXRS, currently sat in P19. He's got AXRL Nova Sport ahead of them. I think they started in P20, so they're up to P18. So AXRL Nova Sport, having a good start here. But they've got a bit of a train here as well, so there's quite a few cars ahead. You can see there's 3 or 4 cars ahead, and then it is Full Throttle Racing behind. But it is Holcomb here trying to put pressure on the driver ahead. You can see there's at least 5 or 6 positions that they can make up ahead. This is a McLaren on McLaren battle with the Ford Mustang just in front. They're all getting nose to tail here. It's just the problem is with Paul Ricard, it is a bit of so I'm just looking to my chat scores. There we go. So yeah, we can see that it is a bit of a train here, because obviously when you get down the back straight, so there is a lot of slipstream, so everyone's slipstreaming each other. So a bit like in F1 with the DRS train, you get the kind of similar thing here as well. We can see that Steel Wheel Racing is saying, "Come on, Balametti." Steel Wheels Racing, is that what it stands for? There you go. So Balametti here, currently in P3, starting to chase down SRC now. So it was for a while that Ellis was trying to chase down Sajek, but Sajek has also kicked up a gear now. He now is 2.3 seconds clear, but we might see an overtake here. So I keep pressing the button there. So Balametti here is closing down on the McLaren. I don't know if the Aston Martin has the straight line speed on the McLaren, but he is right in the tow there. Is he going to be able to close that gap just in time to get himself on the overtake? I don't know if he is. I think he's going to think better of it. But as they come down to the sweeping right hand, he is going to stay in behind. But yeah, we can see that. So Steel Wheels Racing is currently in P3, and they are putting pressure on the second place man. I think, Sajek, we do know, is a fast driver. But the question with the TME Racing team is that are his teammates as fast as Sajek? So although the Ford Mustang so these two getting side by side here, they got quite tight there. I'm just going to go up to the aerial cam. So for a second I thought that might have been a crash, but Balametti just tried to tuck it down the inside of the SRC team, but they both live to fight another day. But yeah, as I was saying, with the Ford Mustang of Sajek, although they're rapid now, that's the whole thing with this championship, obviously this series and the 6 hour racing, is you don't actually know if all the drivers got the same speed. So one driver might have got there ahead, but obviously when you start to do the driver swaps, they might fall down the order a little bit. Looking at some battles here then, so we do have Rabovum here trying to chase down Bowen. I will go to obviously get better action shots here. So we'll see how Rabovum can do to close down Bowen here. This is the lead too slow team. There was the McLaren for a while. As you can see, the BMW Ferrari behind them for the Razorbacks. He's trying to get down the inside, but Rabovum dives late on the brakes, has to compromise himself, has a little wobble there and almost spins out. And these drivers here are head to toe, but Rabovum there, I don't know if he late braked himself, he has to dive down the inside, but that was a good bit of battling. And obviously it is Rabovum that is he was putting the pressure on Bowen, but he is going to have to look at his rear view mirror, because the Razorbacks Ferrari is trying to put a bit of pressure on as well. But I will just have to, I'm going to say this one for a second, and then obviously I will go back, because I can see already a drive-through penalty, which is bad news. You can see that Ferrari does have the speed on that Ford, and he has got the inside line. So that's Ford Mustang. This is a bit of payback for the first lap incident. Is that Ferrari going to give that white Mustang a little bit of a nudge? I'd like to think not, but that Mustang holds the wide line, pins it round the outside, and now the BMW dives down the inside of Rabovum, and he's now gone from attack to defence. He loses a position. So it looked like that Ferrari was absolutely clear, done and dusted, through into P5. He now finds himself in P7. Just so I was saying, catch up with the chat here as well, so we can see Safad was taken, sorry. He said, "Cheers everyone, good luck and have fun," from a random dude in the middle of nowhere. Nice one. And then we can see Shepard saying, "Oh hey mate," and then we have Meep saying, "Every team must have one pro and one AM driver." I don't necessarily know what that means, because surely you could just sort of compromise your times and just make it out like you're actually slower than you are. But I presume the AM drivers have slower times. What's stopping those drivers just making up mistakes? I don't know, but we'll see. But anyway, just to go down the order a little bit, we can see, like I said, there was a drive-through penalty for the Phoenix Endurance Racing team. To get a drive-through penalty early doors is it's quite, well, it's not damaging that much, but obviously it's a long, slow pit lane at Paul Ricard, so that's going to feel like an eternity for Harris here, but that is going to put him right down the bottom of the order. Actually, it is Wiseman actually here, though, he must have made a mistake out there somewhere, because DAC Motorsport it was Puff past you, obviously was the lowest driver there, Dinosauro, but now it is DAC Motorsport that fouled down the order, so obviously Phoenix will now be the last driver out there, but Dinosauro has moved at one position, but they are starting to fall slightly off the back of the rest of the field. Just to go back up to talk about the two-star racing driver, they have now moved themselves up into P21, and they're starting to make up ground on the drivers around them. So Griffith was up in the top 5 or 6 on the first lap. Obviously, got. So we'll call it a racing incident. I'm gonna sit on the fence here and call it a racing incident. And then obviously after that, he was down last place, and he now finds himself up into 21st. So they are a team on the move. So keep an eye on these guys. He was 1.5 seconds behind the Sikela race team, but he is now only a second. So I think he'll be catching up rather soon. There is a bit of a battle here between Dixon here and AXR Motorsport. This is 16th and 17th. We can see Henry saying Forza DTI. Brandon Williams says the GOAT commentator. That's only because you're the GOAT Mercedes driver. How come you're not out here, Brandon, racing? Must have said Go Nova Sport. Yes, we have got. We can see here like Freeman setting a bit of a bottleneck here for 2 laps behind. But yeah, we've got a bit of a battle going on here. This is just a message in the chat. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything, any announcements that are being said. No, it was just Richard's promoting the stream. Oh, that's fine. I've got to keep an eye, because obviously when I hear a ping come up, I need to make sure that we're not missing anything. But yeah, Freeman here has got 2 cars. What's it fair? It's like there's 3 McLarens here, but it is the AXRL Nova Sport car that is starting to put pressure on the 2-slow racing car of Freeman. He is dived down the inside there, so I've just caught an overtake just as we spoke there. He got the inside move, then you can see, and he's nudged him a little bit there, and that's going to allow the Porsche behind Dixon to try and put some pressure on as well. So Dixon now is going to try and make a move. They're side by side, and that is, Freeman that was in 15th place might now find himself down in 17th, although the straight line speed of the Porsche may give way to the McLaren as they go down the long back straight here, and yeah, you can see that the Porsche side by side with the McLaren doesn't have the straight line speed, so that's where the Porsche really struggles, because obviously he had the overtake done, but then obviously he hit the long straight, and now he has to tuck himself back in behind. So Freeman lives to fight another day, is in 16th place, but it is XRL Nova Sport, that were actually in 20th place, now up to 15th, so they've made 5 places from the start. We did have Mustard in the chat saying Go Nova Sport, so Mustard is going to be happy to see that Nielsen has moved himself up into P15 place, 2.3 seconds off of 14th place. Actually, talking about that one as well, that is the Evandro here trying to chase down the 92 car of Scanlon of the Laser Squad team, so this is a good battle here for 13th and 14th. Scanlon here right up behind us, riding with him for a moment on the inside. You can see that he's trying to chase down that Aston Martin. Brandon Williams saying Saturdays are for the pub. You're not wrong there, Brandon. I wish I was down the pub right now. Shepard saying Freeman is a beast. What a comeback. Was there a bit of a crash by Freeman? Or are you talking about the other driver, Shepard, of Griffith? Griffith is now currently in P21. Is that the one you were alluding to? Or what comeback have I missed? Shepard, you have to fill me in there. Evandro here for Evandro Enduro. He is currently trying to chase down the Aston Martin of Laser Squad in 13th place, and likewise the Aston Martin of Laser Squad here is trying to chase down Tremblay's United E-Racing Ferrari. Shepard saying, why do we have 2? It messes with me. Was it 2? Let me have a look. Let me just have a look at this one. So we've got, so you've got the McLaren. Oh, that's the McLaren Pro team. They're currently in P16, and you're talking about the other McLaren team, which is the that's I presume the amateur McLaren team. But you can see they're chasing down the Sikela team 1.1 seconds back. Actually, to mention them, I need to check this because I want to see if I'm saying that name right. It's Sikela race team. Someone have to correct me here. But they are now catching up with the, look at these, so you've got 2 McLarens in the background here, the 929 McLaren of Sikela and the 34 McLaren of 2 Slow. They are now chasing down the drivers ahead. So this is, you can see this is what driver's room and the GXRS just ahead. As we can see, the GRX has a bit of a wobble there, so a bit of wheel spin. He's lost the position. He might lose 2 here, so we just caught out at the right time. So that is the GXRS or ERO team or ERD. Holcomb there has lost 2 places in the space of 2 corners, so he just had a bit of a wobble coming out of the left-hander, and like I said, it is the Ford Mustang of Oliver that's got past, and the Sikela drivers got past. So that is, they've gone from what would have been 18th down to 20th. So Holcomb there now has the 2 Slow Racing Griffith behind him here, and yeah, we just caught a little moment there, so that was unlucky for them. But yeah, it is yeah, the ERD or yeah, the GXRS racing team of Holcomb. They are now down 2 places, back into 20th place, and they're now under a bit of pressure from the next McLaren here. 3 McLarens in a row. Modernity saying because Tom wanted a pro team. So yeah, I think there's a but they said they're not that pro at the minute. Yeah, the pro team aren't having a good day out there. Well, no, that's what they are. So they're in P17 currently. They've just lost 2 places there. But let's have a look. We did see Phantom saying, "Come on, K1, we've got this." K1 was up at the front at one point. Yeah, Bowen here in P7. Under a bit of a pressure, I think here. There's a bit of a battle behind as well. That is that Miatini for the DSR Team Italia. They're chasing down the 2 slow. I think they've just been passed over by the 2 slow team of Langley. So Langley have moved himself up into P9, and it is obviously the K1 Esports team just ahead of this group. They are currently in P7, 2.2 seconds off the 2 slow racing team Ferrari. This is confusing as well because both these Ford Mustangs are the same colour. So we have K1 Esports here with the white Mustang with white rims, and then behind them is the white Mustang with yellow rims, and they are the Plus Ultra competition. That's why I was getting confused there, because there was 2 white Ford Mustangs. But yeah, it is Bowen there that leads that train of cars. So if you look back here with sorry, it is the Dutch Data Racing team. You can see here that they've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars ahead, including 3, so 3 Ford Mustangs. A bit of a battle of the Ford Mustangs there in 7th, 8th and 9th, and then we have the McLaren. Oh, as you can see, that Porsche have a bit of a wobble there. Great car control as he holds onto that line, but you can see as well that the DRS racing team are trying to put pressure on that Ford Mustang ahead. So the DRS Team Italia here in P10 trying to get past not 1, not 2, but 3 Ford Mustangs. Yeah, it's I don't know if I think the 4 Mustangs are so hard to overtake, so they're going to act like a massive bottleneck for all the drivers behind. And you can see, so yeah, it's kind of, sometimes these drivers, they have to kind of work together here. So we have Matani here under pressure from the Dutch Data Racing, but I don't know if that Porsche is even going to be able to make it past. He's going to be right up in the slipstream. Look at that, they're kind of bump drafting each other. I think they are touching here, so he's trying to bump that car along. Because there's no way he's going to get past, so he just needs to be careful when he goes into the braking zone, they don't crash into each other. So rubbing is racing. As you can see, the Porsche bump drafting the McLaren. This is exactly what I was talking about. Sometimes if you battle each other, it's not worth it. So the Dutch Delta Racing team of Hoffman's there, and Martini, sorry, of the DSR, so DRS Team Italia, working together to try and catch up and pass those 3 Ford Mustangs. But it is the K1 Esports Bowen that is the sort of the bottleneck in that train of cars. And after that, I think there's 4 seconds up the road to Tremblay. Tremblay does have a bit of a gap now to the Aston Martin behind. But yeah, Tremblay, if he wants to add on to the misery, would have to try and close down that gap by 4.2 seconds. We're 20 minutes in to our 6-hour event, so let me just walk you through the order as we go. We'll try and give everyone a bit of time here. So it is Sajek here that is currently leading the race, 10 laps in, like I said, 20 minutes done, so there should be 30 laps an hour, so we should see, I don't know what the maths, 180 laps today. But yeah, Sajek here leading in the way. He's currently got the fastest lap and he's in cruise control, but the big question is are we going to see the same kind of speed when the next driver gets into the car? You will see most drivers potentially pit after an hour. And then we have Ellis here is racing for obviously SRC Motorsport. They are in second, so they are, they're not really pulling away from the rest of the field. They've got, as you can see there's a big train of cars behind, but yeah, Ellis here still holding out firm to the SRW driver behind of Balametti. This is second and third here. Balametti, like I said, is I think he's been chasing the tail of that. I don't think he's probably been within a second of that driver for what seems like, well, for the last 20 minutes. I don't think he's been anywhere other than, I don't think he's been out of a second behind, has he? And then behind that, they have the first driver's room car, the DRO1. So the lead team is the lead driver out there, and they are 2.7 seconds back from that podium battle. So they're well in this. Like I said, it's going to come down to who's got the best overall team. Yeah, they're 2.7 clear, behind third place, but they've got a 4-second gap to Ferrari of the DTI Razorbacks. He is currently in 5th place in the 313 BMW. He's got 4 seconds to catch up if he wants to get near that kind of podium battle. And he's got a little bit of a buffer to the 2 slow racing car, the Ferrari team here, the 296 Ferrari. Botham here is the lead team driver of the 2 slows. There's 4 2 slow teams, and then we're going to get to a bit of chaos after this. But yeah, he's got a 4-second gap behind him, and that's where the chaos and the main battling starts here. So that is led by Caesaurus or Spexaurus. He is racing for the Plus Ultra competition team, so he's actually managed to get past the K1 Esports team now. So he's got 4.2 seconds to close on the main kind of leader battle, but this is where the bottleneck starts because a lot of drivers in this. So just behind him, 0.3 of a second behind, is the K1 Esports car of Bowen. Bowen here was currently in 7th place. He must have just lost that position just a moment ago. And then we have behind this battle, only 1 second back down, is Martini. He is racing for the DARS Team Italia in the 418 McLaren. He's 1.1 seconds back, and he has the Porsche behind him. But the good news is when you've got a Porsche stuck behind you, like I said, is you're not necessarily going to be able to overtake on down this long straight. But actually looking at this as well, Langley for the 2 slow racing team must have lost a couple of positions because it was 3 Fords in a row. Now this Ford finds himself behind the Porsche and the McLaren, so he must have made a mistake somewhere. As you can see now, he's trying to put pressure back on the Porsche ahead. So Langley, who was in 9th, now finds himself down the 11th, but he's right in that battle still. So, as you can see, that Porsche have a little bit of wobble. Is that going to allow the Mustang to go back down the inside? So he's going to hold that line, but the Porsche will have the right-hander for next corner. So I think, they've just crashed here. So that's another 2 slow incident. They were side by side there. I think the Porsche's managed to survive and come back on the track. But Langley here is now going to find himself, obviously Tremblay's got past, and he's now under pressure from Evandro. So we were just talking about the 2 slow driver there losing 2 positions. He's now lost 1 more, and he will now find himself under pressure from Evandro here. For Evandro and Joro in 13th place. So 2 slow providing all the action out there today so far. Nielsen, this is the man on the move. Because remember, they qualified in 20th. Last time we checked in on AXRL Nova Sport, they were in 15th. They're now in 14th. So here we go. So AXRL Nova Sport are now on the move up into P14, only 1.3 seconds off of Evandro, so they will start to catch up. One of the teams, however, moving down the order, I think they were 10th in qualifying, now down to 15th, is the Laser Squad team. Probably a commentator's curse here, because I said I wanted them to do well, because I like their team name, and they're now down in 15th place, so if they have a bad day today, it's probably my fault. They have 0.6 of a second back to catch up with Nielsen ahead, and then Dixon here in the next Porsche is 0.8 of a second back for Made for Racing. They're currently P16. Behind that, there's a 2.6 second gap, and that is to the next Ford Mustang out there, the number 700 driver's room. This is the second driver's room car, the DRO2, raced by Oliver at the minute, and he is currently sat in P17, and they've got good pace, so obviously they're not too far off of the main kind of battle up at the front. And then we have the Sequilia Racing team behind. They are in the 929 McLaren, currently a second off the back of this order in P18, and they are chasing down their drivers ahead. Griffith now, who was in P21, now up into P19, so another driver, another man on the move. They've got past a few drivers, and they're now up into 19th. So my controller's just turned itself off because I've been using the keyboard. So they are now up into P19, 3.6 seconds to go down in order to catch up with the Sequilia Race team ahead. The THG, the humble guys in the next Porsche along the lines, they are half a second behind, chasing down that car, currently rounding out the top 20. Holcomb is starting to slip down the order slightly as well. They are down in 21st, the GXRS racing team here, the 373 McLaren, down in 21st. They're being chased down by the next McLaren team. They look like they must have had a mistake here somewhere, because Freeman now, the pro McLaren team, the last of the two slow racing drivers, down in P22, so they're not having a great day out there. And then we have is it Kusiek in the full throttle racing team in the 96 Ford Mustang, 10 seconds back off of the main battle. So this is where you're going to start to see some of the stragglers. Maybe they've got the slow drivers in there first, or just, maybe these aren't necessarily the fastest teams in this, because for every endurance series they've got the fast drivers, and then obviously there are always the slower teams as well. Cortez for Blackwing Motorsport, currently in P24. This is a BMW on 4 battle here. They are currently 0.6 of a second behind that Ford Mustang and chase them down for what is the battle for 23rd and 24th. Wiseman for DAC Motorsport here. They are a little bit further down the order. They're 17 seconds back. In P25. Then we have Harris for Phoenix Endurance Racing. They found on the order when they got a drive-through penalty early doors. And then the last driver out there, somewhere was 2.6 seconds back, but obviously somewhere off the main battles is the Dinosauro for Puff Puff Past You. They are currently in P27. Last in this race, obviously 2.6 seconds back. They will have the leader, Sajek, catching up with them anytime soon. In the chat we have Matt Mateus saying ho ho 929. So I presume Matthias, he's probably racing for the 929 car, which is another steel wheel racer. That might be a steel wheel racing driver, but it is the Sequelia racing team here. So it does say SWR, which is obviously the steel wheels racing. 6'4" sim racer. Can we do a 767 if we can? I have just covered every driver out there, but we can go back to them now. Where are they? Where is 767? Mine's being blind. Am I being blind here? You said 767. You just messing with me, or am I being blind? I can't see a 767 out there. There isn't a 767. 27676 24th. I was trying to, which what we're trying to say. Okay, so Cortez, Blackwing Racing. There you go. So we're racing here, like I said, with Cortez and the Blackwing Motorsport team. You said a lot of numbers there, but none of them were right. 6'4" sim racer. but Cortez here is chasing down Kuziek here in the full throttle racing. This is a battle for 23rd and 24th. Probably coming at a good time because that BMW is closing down that Mustang really fast. Does he have enough straight though to catch up at the last minute? I'm not sure if he does. He's going to try and tuck him in there. Let's have a kind of see if we can get past. But yeah, it's this is a battle, but obviously the full throttle racing team has about 11 second back from P22. So if this BMW can get past the Ford, the question will be, can they then make a move up the field a little bit? But they do have a big way to go if they are going to catch up with the rest of the field. Mateus saying let's go SWR. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Cortez here has been chasing the full throttle racing team for quite a few laps. So we're almost half an hour into our first hour of the Proper One endurance race. What we will probably see is, as I said, a lot of drivers coming in after about an hour. Most drivers will probably do, I think actually, is anyone in the chat that can confirm, is there like a 1 hour driver stint time? So I think whatever happens, you have to go in after an hour anyway. I'm not sure exactly on the rules, but I'm pretty sure someone said something about a stint timer. So you may well find that a lot of the drivers are going to go in after an hour anyway, because I think they have to. You don't have to swap drivers. There's a battle in P5. Okay, let's go. Going up to P5. This is... Oh, okay, so Ellis, who was... what's happened here? Has there been a collision there somewhere? Sorry, can you just fill me in on that, Tony Monkey? So there were Ellis and Bellametti were riding in second and third. They now find themselves in fifth and sixth. So has there been some sort of collision out there? There says, Mr. Undead said incident with SWR. So there is no driver stint timer. There's no one else stint timer. Perfect. Okay, but there is an incident with SWR. So there's a collision 2 laps ago. Okay, perfect. So here we go. So let's get up to speed then with what's happening at the front. So Ellis was in second place and Bellametti was in third. I guess obviously Bellametti was trying to force the issue there, and then obviously had it coming together. We've missed that one on stream. Apologies for that. But obviously it's hard to catch everything when you're covering all the drivers. But obviously now we find them in fifth and sixth, and that is allowed Winters for drivers room to get up into second place. This is what I was saying, because they were in fourth place at the time, and I said they were only about 2 seconds off of the battle. They now find themselves right up with an opportunity to stay onto the podium, and behind them is the Razorbacks. So DTI Razorbacks capitalising on that incident as well, but Robotham as well getting through up into fourth. So if SRC and SWR are to put challenge back on, they might have to start, rather than squabbling, they're going to have to start working together now to get back up the order. They're 1.4 seconds back off of Robotham at the minute, these drivers are going to want to try and get themselves back up the order. But actually, it's Ferrari here trying to put pressure on the drivers room of Winters here. They're 15 seconds off the lead, so Jack has a massive buffer at the front. Okay, so I'm just saying, low power saying that only all drivers set on the entry list need to drive. Yeah, so all the drivers, and obviously this is what we were talking about here with the, this is what we were talking about earlier with the timetables. So you can see here the list of all the drivers that are set to race today. So some drivers, you see that's a 3-driver team, 4-4, that's a 4-driver team, that's a 3-driver team. So you can see here that there's obviously a lot of, obviously you have maximum of 4 drivers. Some drivers are racing with 3. Obviously, there's only one racing with 2. You can see Made for Racing is racing with 2, and Full Throttle Racing is racing with 2. So you might find these drivers are going to tumble down the order slightly, obviously, when they get a bit tired later on in the race. But it is, let's just go to Bellametti here is trying to put pressure on the SRC driver. He's going to try and dive down the inside as well. But Aston Martin just cannot seem to get the straight line speed to get past the SRC car. But they did get a bad run out that last corner there. So the Aston Martin is going to have a slight go at the inside lane. Is he going to try and break late and force that SRC car to stay out wide? He kind of forces his way through, but the McLaren does hold the line. But as this way goes with Paul Ricard, it goes right, left, right, left, right, left. And obviously it has ended up that the Bellametti has now got past. This will be the first time that Bellametti has got in front of the SRC car this race, and I don't know, this will be the question now, can SRC close back, can hold on to the back of the Aston Martin, or now that Bellametti is through, does that mean he is now going to start pulling away from the team, obviously from the SRC team? Winters now obviously is going to try his best to try and hold on to the second place. You can see the Aston Martin still on the straight with them going in the back of the order. Low power saying it was the AMR that caused the incident at the front. If anyone wants to divulge any information on the crash, that would be interesting to know. But I presume he just, obviously, my guess is he just tried to tuck it down the inside and get the move done. But it is at the minute the AMR that does have the advantage over the McLaren, as he does lead the way here currently in P5. They're still 3 seconds off the back. Well, they were a second off the back, sorry, of Robotham, but they're now 3 seconds off the back because they keep fighting with each other. Obviously, it has now allowed the 2 slow racing team to go up into P4. The Razorbacks are trying to put pressure on the driver's room at DR01, and he has now got an opportunity here to try and put a move on Winters. But like I said, catching up the forward is one thing, trying to pass it is another. They just seem to have such great they just have such great straight line speed by the looks of it. It's the acceleration up the corner. Can we see the battle for P18? We can indeed. Let's go back over there. So here at the minute it is Sequelia Racing. They have Griffith in behind. Actually, we just caught it at the right time. So 2 slow racing is putting pressure onto the P18 car of the Sequelia Racing, and they're in turn trying to chase down the second driver's room car of Oliver. So this is a battle for 17th, 18th and 19th. Griffith here trying to make the move. So again, it's the cars in the middle that are kind of stuck on it a little bit, because Griffith here trying to dive down the inside. Are they going to touch McLaren on McLaren? But again, it's going to be a mirror move what we just saw a minute ago, because that McLaren is now going to have the inside line for the next corner. He will hold the apex, and that McLaren will get shoved out a little bit. Has a bit of a wobble and allows the Sakila team to get back around the outside, but it does look like the Too Slow Racing team is going to get that move done, but it is by no means over, because he is now going to sit in the slipstream of that other McLaren. And is he then going to be able to make a move back past? Oliver here is probably loving the fact these two McLarens are squabbling a little bit ahead. I can see that Low Power has shared a clip on here of the battle, so we'll have a look at that in a minute. But you can see that slipstream here is really, really good, and he is going to try and take the outside line. Is that going to be enough? Obviously, the inside McLaren should hold that inside line, but can he sweep round the outside? They're side by side here. Good, respectful driving. He is. I don't know if he's going to get a drive through. Obviously, we'll see a warning there, sorry, for going outside the track line. But I think he managed to hold it just in time. And then it is, the driver's room is kind of escaping up the road a little bit here. But so it does look like Too Slow Racing has got the move done. Sakilia couldn't get back past, and that is a move done. So that Too Slow Racing team that was up at the front of the order at the start went down to last place, now back up into P18. Low Power saying, I'm from the two drivers room team, by the way. Okay, perfect. So you are currently in 17th and holding out the second place spot at the minute. But it is the Razorbacks car of the BMW that's trying to put pressure on that car to get up into second place. For both of them now only 2.4 seconds behind. So if these guys keep swabbling, it will allow them, the Too Slow team, to catch up here. And you can see that the SRC team of Ellis is starting to fall back slightly on Balametti. And he is 1.1 seconds back now. So what will be interesting to see is if Bowen here, who has now got back up into P7, can he start to close on the SRC of Ellis, or is that gap going to stay around about 2 seconds? But down the order a little bit, so Scanlon for the Laser Squad is in a bit of battle here for Tremblay ahead and Dixon behind, Made for Racing. Let me just, I'm going to put this on the screen while I can. I've turned the next audio off, so I'm going to have a quickly look at this incident whilst we're going here. So I do love the graphics you've got here of those incidents. But I'm just looking at that as we go along. I can't see. I don't know if you've shown that incident. Is it on there? I'm just watching this crowd. Okay, I can see. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a quite harsh to say that you think that the AMR. Look at P2. Okay, I'm going back to P2. Yes, you can see the Razorbacks now has got through. So, it's a bit harsh to say that. I don't know if the MR caused that or whether the SRC car came in and collided with them. But Razorbacks here have now got up into P2. They're past the driver room car. They're now, so they now have the, they obviously sort of taken into that second place. The Razorbacks looking strong here in that 313 BMW. They now have that position done. I'm going to just drop back to Maitani now, sorry, because obviously they are putting pressure on the K1 Esports car of Bowen ahead. Modality saying 17 about to be too slow too. Let's have a look. So let's go over to the Too Slow team. So you think this is going to be a move done, do you? Or has it already been done? Have I missed it? You say 17 is going to be done, but it looks like you've moved down to 18. No, 19th, sorry. You fall down to 19th there. So again, this is happening quite a lot with these little battles. So obviously that's another opportunity where a Too Slow team has tried to pass the driver ahead, but ended up behind both drivers. Modality said he got pushed off by the Mustang, but it is Too Slow here have got they were trying to put pressure on, like they're saying in the chat, got pushed off, now finds himself back in the 19th. So Griffith for the first time in a while has fallen down the order slightly. Just running here with Dixon, they're trying to put pressure on the Aston Martin and the Ferrari ahead. This is a battle for 14th, 15th and 16th. Tremblay for United E-Racing having a good race so far. He's had that Aston Martin in his rearview mirror for quite a few laps, and he is he is doing a good drive here. And also, just mention Nielsen here, who did start in 20th, now up to P13, putting pressure on Evandro in P12. Evandro here has fallen off the back slightly of Langley in the 11th place Ford Mustang, but obviously just so we don't miss too much else, so we'll go through the order again here. So just to go back up the front, so we do know that Jack here is, for TME Racing, is in the lead. He has about a 20-second gap on Ferrari of the Razorbacks. He is now trying to pull away from Winters for the Drivers Room team here in P3. This is your, obviously it's TME and Razorbacks and Drivers Room, your 1, 2, 3 at the minute. Rabovum here is still holding out 4th place, only 1.4 seconds back. What is interesting though is that the SWR driver of Balametti, who did look like they were fast at the start, aren't actually closing the gap to the drivers ahead. So those drivers, the Razorbacks and Drivers Room, they're not on the podium by merit of that incident. They have got the speed to stay out there, which is great for them. Ellis is now falling back ever so slightly each lap, now 1.4 seconds back. He is in P6. The DRS team Italia currently in P7. They've got the move done on K1 Esports, and they are now obviously getting into this point of the race. Obviously, like I said, we will see pit stops probably in the next sort of 18 minutes or so, the next 20 minutes or so. So it will be a case of who's looking after their tyres more. So K1 Esports currently here in P8. It is the Plus Ultra competition. They're in P9, but they've got a 3.6 second gap to the drivers ahead. Their nearest competitor is Langley in P10 now. Looks like he has made a move up into P10 in 1.6 seconds back. He has the Dutch Data Racing team in 11th behind them, just trying to put some pressure on there. Evandro, like we said, is under pressure from the AXRL Nova Sport team. So we'll stay with this one just for a second. This is a battle for what would be 11th and 13th. So Nielsen here trying to make a move on the Evandro team. Looks like he has got the pace at the minute, but like I said, it could well be that the car, they've looked after their tyres a bit more, because after about 45 minutes, that's when the tyre management really starts to become key. You can make the tyres last more than an hour, but after an hour you are losing 1 or 2 seconds a lap. But Nielsen here, like I said, he is trying to make a move. I don't think it'll be many more laps before he has moved himself up into P12. So the AXRL Nova Sport team are one of... Oh, God, where's that Ford Mustang come from? Is that a back marker there? So, yeah, you can see he did not even see that driver coming. So he was right in the slipstream there. And that Ford Mustang came out of nowhere. It kind of scared me a little bit on the commentary. I didn't even expect that car to come out of nowhere there. But, that has given Evandro a bit of breathing space. Behind him, 7 seconds back, is the Made For Racing team of Dixon in P14. And then, like I said, we have the Tremblay battle. Actually, fair, there must have been an accident out there, because Tremblay was under a bit of pressure from, obviously, from the Sequilia Racing team, but there's now a 4.8 second gap, so I'm not sure what's happened there. And you can see Griffith here in 17th place just behind, so I don't know if there's been an incident, because I don't think they were in those positions previously. And then we have Wareham in 18th for the Humble guys. He is trying to chase down, looks like there's a BMW there, obviously looks like they've just been lapped. So it may well be that the lap cars are starting to create a bit of a gap here when they let people through. And then we have Holcomb now back up into P19. They were P21 earlier, so obviously there's been another incident out there. Oliver in 20th here as well for Drivers Room. This is the second Drivers Room team. And then we have Freeman for Tuso Racing in 21st. Yeah, there you go. So Scanlon for the Laser Squad now down in 22nd. So that is obviously, I wonder why all the positions have moved up slightly. So it is Scanlon that has had the incident. He now finds himself in P22. Obviously, he's got more pace than that, so you will probably find him putting pressure on the drivers ahead. But Scanlon, yeah, he's had an incident because he was... So then their race hasn't been going very well because they were up in I think they qualified P10, P11, now find themselves down in P22. In fact, I think we can actually see where they qualified, can't we, from the timetable screen? Oh no, we can't, sorry, yeah, because we cancelled it off, didn't we? That's a shame. And then after that, we have Harris here for the Phoenix Endurance Racing Team in P23. In a bit of a race of their own, but just behind them there you can see Wiseman here in about 6 seconds back for DAC Motorsport in 24th. After that is Dinosauro for the Puff Past You team. They're just getting passed by a few of the lead cars. And then we have Kushek for Full Throttle Racing in 26th, and then it is Blackwing Motorsport that round out the order in P27. Evil saying it's 7 AM here. The AXR Nova Sport guys are wide awake after that. Yeah, you're having a good race there, Evil. It is looking quite good, and you are up into P13, so you are trying to put pressure. Oh, are you alluding to that where where that car turned to the left, and all of a sudden there was a just a Ford Mustang parked in the way? That woke me up as well, Evil. I think if that's what you're alluding to. Dingham saying Griffith and Skibetta are past the Mustang clean. Griffith and Skibetta past the Mustang clean. Okay, fair enough. So that is up at the front. Where are we looking now? Where was that battle? That is here. There we go, with that. So yeah, so it looks like so it must just be the Mustang has had a bit of an incident then, because they're not done P20 because they were up a little bit ahead. But yeah, Holcomb obviously must have got past as well. But yeah, it is good recovery drive by Too Slow Racing. Because yeah, they like I said, anyone that's been here from the start or hasn't been here from the start, they were up in P5, P6, tried to make a move on the opening lap, got taken out, were down in 27th. They had to claw their way back all the way from the back of the order. They made up 10 places, now in P17, and as long as there's a yellow flag out there. There is a yellow flag out there for car number 19. Who is that? Is there a car number 19? Is there a car number 19? Well, I read that number wrong. There was a big yellow flag out there. Who is it? It is. It says in car 19 on the track map. I can't see. Has there been an incident out there by one of the main drivers? Is there an issue where, because the track map definitely says 19, but I can't see a number 19 on the order? Or am I just being blind? Or is it 29? No, it's 19. I can't see it though. How weird again that there's a driver number 19 on the track map, but I can't see a driver number 19. I was going to try and jump to that driver, but I can't see who it was. In the chat it says that yellow was a lapped car pulled off the circuit to let the other people pass. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying, but obviously on the track map it literally says that is car number 19. I'm even going to get a bit closer to have a look. Yep, the track map says that is car number 19, but as far as I'm aware, there is no number car 19 on the order, so I don't know how. But big news at the backside, the Full Throttle Racing team have got a drive-through penalty, so that is for track infringements. Actually, whilst we're here, can anyone answer my question as well? I mean, I should know this as being a full-time broadcaster, but in an endurance race that goes on for 6 hours or whatever, do those drive-through, the track limit warnings? There's two questions here I need you to answer. Do track limit warnings carry from driver to driver? So, for instance, if driver 1 gets 3 warnings and then driver 2 gets in the car, do they carry? Is it the driver or the car that has the warnings? And 2, in a 6-hour race, is there a point in which as we can see a car in the pits there, is there a point in which it gets it stops? Or if you get 3 warnings in the first hour, do you have to race for 5 hours with 3 warnings? That's what I'm asking. As we can see, the Too Slow Racing car of Langley looks like they've been in a bit of a war here, because that bumper is hanging off. I don't know if anyone in the chat from Too Slow Racing can allude to that one, but that is a big shunt, because that car has got a big hole in the front of it. Yeah, if anyone can let me know what's going on there. As we can see here, the Dutch Star Racing is trying to put pressure on Plus Ultra ahead. No, yeah. I know it resets after you get the 4th one. What I'm saying is like, if you have 3 penalties and you race for 3 hours, is there a certain hour limit where they just get eliminated, or do they just literally carry for the whole race? Shepard saying, oh, I'll ask. Yeah, it would be interesting, Shepard, because that car was mangled. It had a big fat big hole in the front there. You can see that car is mangled. So yeah, Langley there. I don't know if it's going to be a driver swap. We'll keep an eye on that one. But yeah, there's another drive-through penalty here. Obviously, that's the main conversation at the minute. We're going to get some answers on that one. So I should know really, because I've been commentating on ACC for what feels like an eternity. So I should know things like this. But Modernity saying the whole race, to my knowledge. Yeah, that's what I think as well. Niall saying people don't know how to race respectful. So someone is in the chat. So if you could allude on that one, that'd be Niles. I'm not sure what's going on. Is it you talking about the damage to the car? And low pass, yeah, okay, so anyone that is, yeah, okay, so we've got to the bottom of it. So the drive-through penalty here, it stays with the car, so it's not a driver penalty, it is a car penalty, and the warnings, because obviously it's 4 warnings and you get a penalty, okay, so anyone that's new to ACC or just watching as a supporter, so basically if you go off the track too far, you get a drive-through, so you get a warning. If you get 4 track warnings, you get a penalty, a drive-through penalty. Now, what we're talking about in the chat, for anyone that's confused, is basically, well, what we're saying is if the first driver in this series gets 3 warnings and they go in the pits and they swap to a second driver, that driver starts their stint with the 3 warnings. Once you've got 4 warnings, obviously it resets back to 0, but obviously you can get multiple throughout the race. And obviously if you get 3 warnings early doors, you can carry them all the way through to the end. So Shepard is saying apparently 808 hit them. So who is car number 808? Let's go and have a look. Oh, we've had a retirement from here as well. I wonder if that is the car 808. There you go. Oh, no, it's not. So 808 is up top. I was going to say, I thought there was... We have had a retirement, guys. Can anyone confirm who has pulled out of this race? We have had a retirement. But car 808 is the Ford Mustang of the Plus Ultra competition. Was that a back marker they hit them? Because obviously they weren't even in the same battle, I don't think. Because they obviously, because I think Langley was... Oh, no, Langley was in 11th, wasn't he? So he may well have been. But big news actually up at the front as well, that Nielsen and the AXRL Nova Sport car is now up into P11. So they've almost got into the top 10, which is a great drive by them. And they're saying, what's the incident between the two Mustangs? Neither driver did anything wrong, but to be fair, one of them was just weird ACC physics. Okay, fair enough then. Someone asking about speaking of the things, and it says it was P25 at the time who DC'd, I believe. They were behind us and just disappeared. Okay, cool. So we're not sure which driver that is, but yeah, one driver has... So we can probably... Oh no, they're back now. It looks like it was Black Wing Motorsport. They've clearly had a DC. They're 3 laps down now. It's unfortunate for them. I don't know if they will opt to do a driver change at this point. I think obviously when you DC though, the issue is that the lead driver has to come back in the car first. So sometimes in these like big 24-hour endurance races, if you DC, it's really annoying because obviously you have to have your main driver available. So when you're doing like a 24-hour endurance race, your main driver has to have like their phone next to them and be like on 24-hour call out. Because obviously, yeah, it's I don't know what it is, but with ACC, you know, there's a glitch. If your main driver doesn't come in the car, then it breaks the whole thing. That's funny because well, there you go. Because obviously, do you know how I'm getting dropped frames? I said obviously because I'm currently at a secondary venue. I'm not at my own home doing this. I'm at someone else's home, and they run off Starlink. And obviously this is the first time in a long time I've had dropped frames, or I've ever seen dropped frames in one of my broadcasts. And I'm running off of Starlink, so that's interesting that they've had issues with Starlink and they've DC'd, and I'm using Starlink and I'm having dropped frames. So not a good advertisement for Starlink. I'm not in, there are other service providers available, but yeah, clearly they're not doing a good job right now. So just riding with Holcomb here, currently in P17. He is chasing down the Humble guys in the Porsche. He's having right up on the back end here. Is he going to try and get try and set up a move down the long straight at the back? Niall says moves in braking to block my line after he left it open, then leaves no space when I side by side just bumps you to anymore 808. Ah, okay, so you're talking about the incident. Although Roberts did say that it looked like a driver incident, so it could be a physics issue there. But it's unfortunate for you guys, but you are back out on track, I believe. Where are you? It is now Chandler in the car. Although, sorry, we were about to see those there, so we'll come back to that in a second. Obviously, we'll ride with. Oh no, Holcomb's got a little bit of a lap to go so far. Yeah, so yeah, Chandler now. This is one of our first driver swaps. Like I said, we're coming up to the first hour of racing, so we'll see driver swaps now. That car has been repaired. Obviously, they do find themselves in 24th, but based off of 2 slow forms today so far, they are good recovery drivers. So I fully expect the 2 slow team to catch back up here. Luckily, they've got a nice run of cars ahead of them. But just watching that battle behind, we can see, like I said, Holcomb is teeing up a bit of an overtake here on the Porsche. The McLaren should have the straight line speed on the Porsche, and as long as they can get a good run out of these next couple of corners, it looks like the Porsche has got a better run out there. Try not to scrub too much speed. Let's see how quickly this McLaren can close down on the car ahead. Yeah, because the Porsche just seems to struggle when it's on the back straight here. You can see that the closing speed now is the top speeds that will hinder them, and Holcomb here is starting to close down, and yeah, it just won't be enough to get the move done. But yeah, there is more potential in the future. You can see Scanlon as well trying to put pressure on Oliver. But yeah, we should start to see some overtakes, some pit stops now. You can see that, yeah, there you go. So this is the DTI Razorbacks from second place now into the pit lane. So they're going to try and do their first driver swap of the day. We also have Robotham of Two Slow Racing coming in the pits as well. So like I said, after about 50 minutes, 55 minutes, the tyres really start to fall off a cliff on ACC. So unless you've got really good tyre management, you will find that... yeah, if you don't, all the drivers that are around these drivers, if they don't pit soon, they will find themselves like quite far back down the, down. Obviously, if they were like a second behind, they might be 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 seconds behind. So it is worth noting, obviously in an endurance race, it doesn't matter as much because you can claw that time back. What we are curious about, like I said, is Sajek, who's currently leading this race. After 29 laps, I think he has almost let's see when the next driver comes across the timing line. It should be coming up to the timing line now, and we'll see what the gap is. So the next driver to take over in the TME racing car is going to be given a half a minute advantage. So they're going to be really, really thankful of Sajek's opening stint here. Obviously, one thing to mention with this Sim Racing Club 12 race endurance championship is that every team had to pay an entry fee, and obviously there is prize money at the end of it. So obviously these drivers are all racing for that prize pot, and TMA Racing are in the driver's seat at the minute, half a minute lead. But let's see what the next sort of set of drivers can do. Just going over to Cesaurus here, as you can see, he's got a bit of a train behind him now. So he's got the AXR Novasport car just behind him here, and then behind them is the Evandro Endurance Race, and then behind them is the Dutch Delta Racing. So this is a bit of a battle going on here between 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. Tremblay, the next car down on the order, is 11 seconds back. So we need to keep an eye on this battle for a minute, because obviously I know that looks like the next guy is pulling the trigger. So Evandro here is going to try and do a bit of an undercut. Ooh, I think he might have sped in the pit lane. I don't know if anyone was watching that on the broadcast here. If you can tell me that, I think he sped in the pit lane. It didn't look like that car was stopped, did it, before the line? I may be wrong, but that didn't look very good for them. So we'll see that one in a minute, but that is unlucky. But I think they might be about to get a drive-through penalty. No, sorry, it's speeding in the pit lane a stop-go 30. I think it is, isn't it? Because if it is, that's a bad day for them, because obviously they're going to lose so much time. But back here, Sequilia Racing here is trying to... it looks like actually, Griffith of Two Slow Racing has got past the Sequilia Racing McLaren here. So Griffith's revival drive is still continuing. I don't know who... can anyone in the chat let me know who's taking over from Griffith? Are they a good driver? I don't know, Shepard, if you're watching. If you let me know who's taking over next. Are they as fast as Griffith? Oh, Modernity, it's me. Well, get yourself ready while you in the broadcast chatting to me. You need to go out there and get yourself mentally psyched, because it's I presume, are you going in now? So you're not as fast as Griffith, but Griffith here is putting you in a really good position. So you're doing 2 hours each. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so he's going to go in. I presume he's going to pit soon though for tyres, but you're coming in the next hour. So. Like I said, I was going to do the first hour, and then don't forget, I am taking... obviously, they said there'll be 3 hours of commentary, and then just 3 hours of the broadcast. I will be still looking at the broadcast, and obviously, I will be doing... I'll try and change the drivers as much as I can. Obviously, I will be... I've got to sort out a few things as well. So, obviously, just if you need me to switch to a car or have a look at a car, just obviously make sure you message in the chat. But I said, I am still here. I won't be on the mic. But I will stay just for 5 more minutes, just in case there is a few more pit stops. We can have a look at the front. I want to see who's kind of extending their stints. But we can see now that Griffith is coming in the pits. As expected, most drivers would come in after the hour. Like I said, you don't want to stay out for too much longer than that, because it is just it's quite tough with tyre, like I said, because all the other drivers are around you. They would have pitted, and obviously they've got the faster, fresher tyres, so it's not necessarily an advantage to stay out for too long. But whilst we're doing this, there we go. So there is a drive-through penalty for Chandler as well. So that's bad news for the Too Slow Racing team. So he has just come out of the pits, and he's got himself a drive-through penalty. And I don't know if that'll be for track infringements, but it may well be that he's just ever so slightly sped in the pit lane. And that will mean now that he will have to come through and do a drive-through penalty. But as we say that, the next drive-through penalty is coming through for Holcomb. So Holcomb here has, he'll find himself as well having to come through the pits. So both those McLarens are going to tumble down the order slightly. We can now see a big bit of a pit run at the back here. So we can see that the AXR Motorsport Too Slow Racing. Where is the Evandro Racing? So I thought they sped in the pit lane, but clearly they didn't. And it looks like they have. Look at that. So that's the power of the undercut. So where is the AX? So they're there, and I think in the background, right back there, is the Nova Sport car. There you go. Yeah. So they are. Look at that. So that is. You can even see them on the same screen. They can probably just come into sight as we go around the next couple of corners. So there he is. There. Are we going to see the AXRL car behind? There. Yeah, come around the corner now. So just by going in to the pits, that is. You can see what sort of the difference of just having those fresher tyres. Pindingo saying, can we have an update on K1? Of course you can. Like I said, I'm going to look after the people that are supporting the stream and watching it. Okay, so if you want to have an update on K1, you can have an update on K1. So here we go. They are currently in P5, chasing down the SRC car of Ellis. Now, Ellis has fallen way some back on the SWR car of Balametti here, but Bowen is having a really good stint. I don't know if Pingdigo or Ping, I don't know how you type the name, RIP Dingo. Just call me Indigo. Oh, there you go. Because there's a lot of letters in that name. Indigo, there you go, that's much easier. So yeah, Indigo. So I don't know if you're racing for the team today, but obviously I don't know what kind of stints they're doing. But Bowen actually here looks like he's about to make a move on SRC. So this is what I'm talking about. They've been out here for 1 hour and 5 minutes now, and the SRC car is going to start. You can tell obviously he's struggling with his tyres a little bit because he's fallen massively off the back of the SWR car, and now the K1 Esports car is right on the back of them. K1 obviously a very good esports team. I see them in a lot of different endurance series, so obviously they are seasoned veterans when it comes to this type of endurance series, so I think they'll do fine here. But obviously they're putting a bit of pressure under the SRC team. I tell you, if there's any car you don't want to crash into in this championship, it's the SRC team. As we can see, K1 Esports pull the plug straight away, and they're in the pits. So I think they're going to get that move done, because you can clearly see the tyre advantage is ridiculous, okay? So as long as K1 Esports can have a good pit stop and get back out, they will, they'll get SRC under the undercut. But like I say, you don't want to crash into the SRC car, because they're the ones that are definitely going to be giving you the penalties. Okay, so Indigo saying he hasn't got the pace to race out Paul Ricard, which is fair enough. Shepard saying same, leaving it to the team. Sometimes it's nice just to be the backseat driver and sit in the chat and saying you could have done a better job, right? But Balametti here, if SWR is closing down on driver's room, this is a battle for what would be the legitimate overtake for second and third. Obviously, there is still who was the other team that were up there at the front? It was the Razorbacks, currently down in P13. But Balametti here trying to make a move on that Mustang, but it seems to be the move to do from what I can see from the previous laps. Okay, so the Mustang sits on the inside, or anyone sits on the inside, and you can't take around the outside. So that seems to be the line to hold. The obviously SWR team here trying to get racy. Still a long way to go in this race. Dutch Star Racing here trying to still put pressure on the Mustang ahead. But yeah, the K1 team here you can see coming out what looks like in around about 13th place behind the Razorbacks. They've just tucked in ahead, or I don't know if they are ahead of Rebotham. Where is Rebotham on the track here? No, so it looks like they're actually going to fall down into 15th place here behind a few drivers that haven't pitted yet. But yeah, so what I'm interested in seeing now is if the SRC are going to react to K1 going in the pits. No, they're staying out there. So SRC are trying a really long stint here. You can see that the drivers' room team that were in second place have gone in the pits now as well. So the Balametti team here will take, also Balametti for the SWR team, so will take second place. Now this is a big one, guys, because the drivers' room car was the one challenging at the front, wasn't it, alongside the Razorbacks. Now the Razorbacks have pitted a few laps ago, so what will be curious, because we can see that Fossey now is in the car, is what the advantage is of staying out, of pitting and obviously staying out, because I think the Razorbacks have been out there for at least 2 or 3 more laps than the drivers' room car. Now let's see how much of an advantage that will be when the drivers' room team finally comes out in relation to the Razorbacks team, because those two were side by side in this race. So Indigo, obviously just mentioned in the chat as well, are you actually racing in the series? Are you going to be racing in another race at some point? But here we go. So you can see that the driver's room car is still stationary and the Razorbacks team has already passed them. So that is a crazy difference in... but it could be, yeah, potentially, I don't know. So yeah, they're coming out of the pits now. So look at that. So they're coming out of the pits now, and the Razorback team are miles ahead. So just being out for 3 or 4 more laps more on those fresher tyres gives you a massive advantage. Shepard saying, I know they pitted, but the too slow Ferrari dropped like crazy. So which one are we talking about, the too slow Ferrari? No, I think the too slow team. Were you repairing damage, or what's happened, or did you? No, you were one of the drivers that had the drive-through penalty, were you? So you are actually. Where are you in relation to the Razorbacks? No, I would say you're roughly where you should be. It looks like you've dropped like crazy, but you're only 6 seconds behind the Razorbacks, and the Razorbacks were in second and you were in fourth. So I think you're roughly where you were. No, Shepard? I don't think you've lost that much time. As we can now see that Balametti has gone in the pits. So we know Balametti, here we go, so this is another example as well. So Balametti was putting pressure on the... I'm losing all of the names of the teams here, so of the drivers' room team. But again, here as well, that the drivers' room team has fallen behind Rebotham here. So, but what will be interesting, like I said, is will this drivers' room driver be able to get past Balametti now that he pitted a lap later? So this is where we're going to see the undercut value. And this, if there's anyone calling strategies for the drivers, this will be an interesting tell, because this is how you're gonna have to react to this throughout the race, because as you can tell from what we've seen so far, overtaking around Paul Ricard is very, very difficult, right? So if you are in a battle with someone, you're just stuck behind them, and you know that you're going to be pitting soon, just pit that extra lap early, because pitting 1 lap earlier will just give you the advantage out there to get the cars ahead. Obviously, it depends how much you've practiced your pit stops, because what you don't want to do is attack the pit line and get a stop-go 30 penalty, because that would really ruin your race. But obviously, there is a clear undercut advantage here for going in a lap early, because obviously in these endurance races you're staying out for an hour, so your tyres are really, really worn. But let's see. So. Has there been an incident where the Razorbacks have fallen? You can see here, so this is Tuso Racing Rebotham side by side with Balametti. So we can see that it is now Androzzi. But look at this, so Rebotham here doesn't want to yield that position to SWR. He has got the outside line, but like I said, holding the inside line does seem to be the go-to tactic. So if you are listening to the stream right now, and obviously you are going in the car soon, watch this tactic right here, because it does look like, also I said the Ferrari looks like he's got the better straight line speed, but holding that inside line does yield the best defensive advantage, but I do think it's obviously because the Aston Martin's tyres aren't necessarily fired up yet. But that's fantastic driving by the Tuso Racing Ferrari, by Rabo from there, to hold on to that position and to keep himself ahead of the so ahead of the SWR car. But has Fozzie made an incident here? Because he is now down behind both these drivers, and wasn't he a minute ago ahead of them both? Skino saying lads in the chat. But yeah, Fozzie was the lead driver, wasn't he, for as you can see, got the driver's room car behind. So yeah, Fozzie coming into the car obviously for his first stint has made an incident out there, hasn't he? Because it looks like like Robotham and Rossi has got past. And Razorbacks, who were in a prime location, obviously the prime seat to get second place in this race, now have to pass the SWR Aston Martin, the Tuso Racing Ferrari, and obviously the who else is? Oh yeah, so we'll be interested when the SRC car comes out in this battle. But so it looks like the Fozzie has made a mistake here. So all that hard work done by the first driver has been undone by the driver taking over. And sometimes it is a tough ask, isn't it, when you when the first driver's done a great stint like we're talking about. So Sajek, the race leader, has now gone in the pits. This is what we're talking about. So Sajek has done all he has to do. He stayed out there. He's got the fastest lap of the race. He has done, he's got a 30-second lead over the drivers behind him. But obviously, it will all come unstuck if the driver it takes over can't necessarily, hold or maintain the same advantage that Sajek has done. I don't know if he'll be a different driver in there, but just looking at Sakalia race team here, currently putting pressure on Dixon here in the Made 4 racing team. This is for third and fourth. Obviously, they haven't yet pit. It is Androzzi for the SWR team that is currently net second. Oh, no, sorry, that's a lie. Sorry, it's Robotham for Tuso Racing. They have somehow been the masters of the pit stops here, so they've gone from fourth to second in the pit stops. I mean, admittedly, the Razorbacks have made a driver error out there, and they have now actually lost the position to the driver's room as well. So so they are now net fifth, I think. But it is Tuso Racing that have taken the advantage on the first round of pit stops and taken second place. You can see the rest of the drivers are now coming in the pits. It looks like he can see. So this is Judah now. Judah has taken over for the TME racing team, and can he maintain that advantage? The Dutch Data racing team have stayed out there for a little bit longer, so they can say they've had the race. They've led a lap of the race. In the chat, to catch up a little bit here. Currently doing 3 hours of Barcelona, then I'm in the 94 McLaren here in about an hour-ish. So you're doing a race and then you're going to do another race. That's crazy. They qualified 16th, got up to 8th in the first stint, got a drive through in my second stint. Now my teammate is trying to claw some kind of decent result back. Yeah, 100%. So that's quite a good commitment if you're doing an endurance race, then switching straight over to another endurance race. But the Dutch Delta racing team, we'll give them a bit of screen time here in the 69 Porsche. Whoa, as you can tell, his tyres have absolutely gone. He has been in that car for 75 minutes almost, and he is putting on a little bit of a show for us there. But that is not a fast way to drive this Porsche. If you're sliding on every single lap, he has to come in this lap because he's got some of the fast drivers catching up behind him. He is. He's enjoyed having a bit of screen time out at the front, but you can tell that that car and those tyres are absolutely shot to bits. That car is absolutely caked in rubber as well. And it will be Judah that takes the net lead back of this race. So what I'm going to do at this moment, guys, is I'm going to take a vocal break, as I said, because obviously I can't sit here and talk for 6 hours because I'll be dead by the end of it. So I will still maintain the broadcast. Please, I'm just going to disappear for a bit and I'll come back. But please put a note in the chat if you want me to cover anything. I'll just keep switching to where the action is and run it on this view for the next sort of 45 minutes or so, and then I'll come back probably with 4 hours to go. So thank you for sticking with me, guys. Like I said, the broadcast will run. I am still here. And I will be back shortly, but thank you all for listening in, I'll come out and have a chat with you soon. And we are back, guys. Thank you for bearing with me. Obviously, like I said before, I can't do a 6-hour broadcast in one straight shot because I wouldn't be able to speak for about a week afterwards. But yeah, we are back now. We're 2 hours into this 6-hour event, and we'll be just riding there. There's a lot of action. To be fair, when I've been off broadcast, there's been a lot of accident, a few scrappy crashes here and there, quite a few drive-through penalties. There's a stop and go 30, so there's a lot to catch up on. I think we still have the full complement of drivers here in this race. It's just we're 2 hours in, and there's still so much to happen. I mean, yeah, like I would say that there's. We're just chatting to a few people in the Twitch stream, and there's a lot of. Well, there's a few fast drivers in the cars now, so obviously some of the drivers that are taking over are sort of starting to fall back a little bit. I mean, one of the sort of things I'd mentioned is that I think there's obviously been a pit stop here now, so it's a bit out of place, but the Razorbacks, who at one point were second place in the race legitimately and looked like they had a really good chance to potentially kick on towards the front at the time was Sajek's car, now find themselves down in 16th place, so that's not been a great sort of second hour for the Razorbacks, but I'm sure they will come fighting back. They have their third driver in the car now in Piper, so let's see what Piper can do and see if he can recover that car back up somewhere near the front. We've had quite a couple of drive-throughs to mention at the front as well, so where we had it wasn't this too slow car, it was another too slow car. Let's say Bowen, obviously, who's just now completed. Well, he's done 2 hours in the car by himself. He was unfortunate enough to get a drive-through penalty, and I think I'm not sure. I thought it was the too slow Ferrari, but I just can't seem to. I think it was this one here. Yeah, there you go. They pitted, yes. The 296 Ferrari that's been raced now by Monkey. They had a drive-through penalty as well, and they were currently sat in second place. They're now down in 14th, but obviously, again, it's relative in regards to obviously people haven't pitted yet. So Too Slow got themselves a drive-through from second place. The K1 Esports team, they had themselves a drive-through as well. I think the drive room car at one point, they had a bad pit stop, I think, because obviously, again, they were third and they fell down the order, but they're now back up in the podium hunt, and Drozzy's just finished his first hour in the SWR Aston Martin. And the big question we asked from the first the first hour was, could Judah, in the second hour, maintain the race pace that Sajek did in the first hour? And I think that has been relatively answered as yes, because we should see now, but I think Sajek left it 30 seconds clear at the front, and as you can see, when Drozzy crosses the timing line, it should be I don't know if he's even triggered the timing line, it's some way past the 30 second, so obviously there's they're falling back, and Jude still has a lot of pace in the car. So there's still a lot to be answered. I mean, just coming in the pits now, one of the drivers has had a fantastic second hour, I believe, is Tremblay of United E-Racing. They have really, really crept themselves up the order, and that's a really good 2 hour stint by Tremblay. I presume he's going to pass over that car to someone else now, but United E-Racing looking comfortable for a lovely top 10 finish. Too Slow have been involved in a few incidents in that second hour as well, but I think this is. I'm trying to work out which was the recovery car. I don't know if it was this one or it was the other one, but the Too Slow team are starting to creep themselves up the order, and I think all of them are in the top 20 now as well, so it's worth keeping an eye on. Another thing to mention as well, that SRC had an incident that they were up in 4th or 5th, and they now find themselves down in 19th. So they're obviously trying to recover themselves back up. I can't remember if someone can remind me in the chat what the issue was with SRC. I think they had a was it a pit stop area with a driver, wouldn't let them drive the car. They ended up being a lap down, so they've got a big recovery drive to do as well. So loads to cover in this third hour, should we say, and we've got a lot to do. So obviously, remember to keep chucking things in the chat. Let's talk through the next hour or so together, and then obviously I'll take another breather and I'll try and get back for a little, probably a 30-minute stint before the last big push in the last hour. I'm from the UK myself, so I'll be coming through with you guys until 1 a.m. in the morning. I'm thinking I'm going to regret that tomorrow morning, but there you go. So in the chat we see Lowell Power saying, I've got a present for you. What have you got, Power? And Sniper obviously was chatting about his first stint for, who were you racing for again? I completely forgot. It was the GX, trying to find their team. Where's your team gone? We're just talking. I can't find you. I've gone number blind. Oh, it's because, sorry, I couldn't find you because you're all at the order. I was there looking down in the 20ths, and then you Grantham was up in 8th place. That's why I was getting confused there. But yeah, he said he had a bit of a roller coaster first couple of hours, and Grantham now in the car, and yeah, he is up in 8th place currently. So it's a good one, and I can see that. Lowell Power here. Oh yes. Oh, thank you, Lowell Power. So Lowell Power has given me a Prime subscription. I did say, I did give a selfless thing when I was off the chat saying, hey, if you want to chuck some subs my way, if any of you are like Lowell are a member of Amazon Prime, you can link your Twitch account and you get a free Twitch sub that you can just give every single month for free. Doesn't cost you anything, so if you have got Amazon Prime, then please feel free to chuck them all my way. But thank you so much, Power. Which car are you linked with? I'll make sure you get your team get a bit of screen time. Really really thankful for your support. Obviously, every single penny I get from my Twitch streams, as I've always said, gets reinvested. Because anyone that's been with me for a long time will know that I was saving up for a capture card. And obviously now, as you can see, I've got the overlays and everything, and I'm using a laptop and a microphone, and every single thing that I have, like obviously I've got my keyboard, my microphone, my laptop. Obviously I've got everything set up in a way, and obviously I run this through a streaming platform. So it's like, so every sub you give me, if you can, like I said, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can gift a sub, brilliant, because obviously every single penny gets reinvested back into what I do. So obviously allowing me to do these graphics and things like that, because obviously even the graphic design system that I use isn't free, so it's it's all a cost. So obviously every penny that you donate is grateful. But I also see Sajek in the chat. I was just chatting about you, Sajek, saying about how you did a good stint. Judah is doing a good job for you out front. The question was, could he maintain that? So Sajek, you can see that he is doing a good job. 39 seconds clear of the SWR car in second. Lowell Power said, I will be driving the DR2 in a bit, prob for a 2-hour stint. Well, there you go, Power. As you subscribe to me, I will make sure that I, let me know, message in the chat when you're about to come in the car, and I'll make sure I keep an eye on you for your 2-hour stint, and I'll keep checking in with you. So you'll get plenty of screen time for your support. I look after my subscribers. So just going back to the racing here, we can see, so I'm just trying to catch some of the action here, but there was a good little juicy battle earlier on between two Porsches, but again, there's a few drivers at the front here that are doing longer stints, so we're not getting a true reflection of where everyone is at the minute, because obviously it is all kind of staggered, it is, well, it's a familiar face. Like I said, TME Racing just leading the way. But the Porsches have been providing a bit of action, but the problem is, as they've been suffering with all day, they just do not have the straight line speed, and they can't. So I'm just looking here, the driver behind them, trying to close this one down from the Plus Ultra competition. But the Porsche just really struggles in a straight line, and the way, look at the speed they're catching up. It's ridiculous. I'm surprised the Porsche didn't cover the right hand line there. I think they're going to lose that position there, and that is an overtake. That is the Plus Ultra competition getting past Made for Racing. They should have the inside line for the next corner. He didn't put up much of a fight. Maybe that's just because he just gave me a prime example of what I was saying. The Porsches are fantastic and they're having a good race, but they just cannot hold position or overtake on the straights, just because they're really lacking that straight line speed. So Jack's saying that he's doing a really good job at the moment. I will get in the last stint, so I hope we can do a good result. Well, you're looking good for probably a win here, so Jack, as long as you guys can keep out of trouble. I will obviously be on broadcast for at least the last 45 minutes or so, but probably I'll try and get the last hour in, so I will be covering that last stint as well. But yeah, good overtake here, obviously between 6th and 7th. Just going to go back to Evandro and Juro as well, because they are currently racing in 15th place. They've had a bit of an up and down race so far, but the AX AXRL Nova Sports team. They are settled into 14th place now, 18 seconds back from 13th. I think obviously when pit stops do happen, that will all kind of settle in. But yeah, Vandra have been there or thereabouts in the top 15. They're having a nice steady race, and in this championship, obviously, you know, it's 12 races over 12 months. Actually, whilst we're here, let's just should we just cover what's going on there as well? So we've got a bit of time. So let me walk you through the races. So today we are in a 6-hour race of Paul Ricard, obviously. So I'm just going to rub this one in a second because it looks like Evandro are making a move on AXRL. He has got the outside line there, so I don't know if he's going to be able to hold that one, but it will compromise AXRL going into the second and third corner. Yeah, they've tapped a little bit, but they're staying firm. Shouldn't be no troubles here. He yields in, and the BMW behind is going to try and capitalise as well. So Razorbacks are going to try and make a move here as well. So not only has Evandro got through, but Piper for the Razorbacks have squeezed in as well. just squeezed in front of him there, but he managed to hold on to track. The McLaren's been a bit of a battle there, but he's lost 2 positions in 2 corners, and that moves Evandro up to 14th, Razorbacks up to 15th, and now AXRL are back down into 16th place. But yeah, just to go through the calendar then, guys. So we are racing round 1 at the minute. We go over to Brands Hatch for the sprint race in that would be, well, it says a sprint race. I don't know how many hours that is, but does it say? I don't think it does, but yeah, that is the Brands Hatch sprint race is round 2 on the 22nd of February. Then on the 22nd of March, we go across to 6 hours of Suzuka. Round 4 will be in April the 26th. That is the 24 hours of Spa. You won't catch me doing 24-hour broadcast. I mean, I think I'll probably die after that. Then we have in round 5 the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. That is on May 17th. Then on June the 28th, we go to 6 hours of Imola. Round 7 will be in July on the 26th. That is Donington Park for a 3-hour race there. Then we have 9 hours of Kyalami on August the 23rd. Then in round 9, we do 2 1-hour sprint races around Barcelona. And then we do 12 hours of Bathurst on October the 25th. We do 3 hours of the Nürburgring on November the 22nd, and the season finale is the 24 hours of the Nordschleife, and that is on December the 13th. So a really, really hectic, busy calendar. Obviously, there'll be I'm sure not every driver can, do every single race. That's why a lot of teams have done. They've probably got I think some teams have got 6 or 7 drivers all signed up. So it's just look at the action here. But so obviously you'll see different drivers in different races. So we'll see a different complexion at each different event. Danny Boy just confirming that the sprint races are 2 times 1 hour races. So I should easily be able to broadcast those for you guys, because I don't that's not a lot of time at all. Actually, Jet saying the Stang has to be dropped down because it's insane, so much speed and aero on every track. I went with this car last month, I did PBs. Yeah, so I wonder if, because I presume we're using, I can't remember what it's called, that, I can't remember what the software's called, but obviously the one that gives you all the weight penalties. I presume we are using that, but I'm guessing the Ford Mustang is going to get nerfed at some point. Alan W saying good evening. Who's P1 to P5, please? Great question, Alan W, and I'll cover that for you right now. So the top in first place at the minute, we have Judah in the TME Racing Ford Mustang. They're about 40 seconds clear of Androzzi in the SWR Aston Martin. They in turn obviously have got a 23-second lead over Driver's Room. That's the lead Driver's Room car, the DRO1. And then in 4th place currently is Dutch Delta Racing in the 69 Porsche, but they haven't pitted yet, so I think that will change. And then the Ford Mustang rounds out, so we've got 3 Ford Mustangs in the top 5. Is the 808 plus Ultra Competition Ford Mustang in 5th place. So LMW, if you let me know who you are supporting. Is the 113 still racing? Is asking Indigo. I think it is. It should be. I think it's pitted, so it is. It's not 12th place, Indigo. That's just because half the drivers have pitted and half of them haven't. So obviously there will be. They will go back up the order. I think they're about 5th or 6th, net 5th or 6th, but they are still racing. I can see that. Yeah, so Jack's saying the bop. Yeah, I thought it was run. I thought it was called like Pit something. The actual name of it, Sajek, but yeah, the balance of power, yeah, the bop. Because just to sort of walk anyone through that's not familiar with bop whilst we're here as well, you can see here on the right hand side, this is the handicap icon, so you can see here that the 4 Mustangs have got a 10 kilogram weight penalty. I'm just taking a sip of my tea, and you can see here, for instance, that the Porsche, because it's a tough car to drive, I think the bop actually changes relative to each racetrack. So obviously, as you can see, the Porsche gets quite a big buff here, so a 20 kilogram deficit. Obviously, so if you think that like 0 is the main weight, then obviously the Mustang has plus 10 and the Porsche has minus 10, which means technically they have a 20 kilogram benefit over the 4 Mustangs, but that doesn't change the fact they're still slow in a straight line. So yeah, each race, obviously each track has a different BOP, and that's obviously what these drivers are contending with. So but essentially it's like having 20 kilograms of extra fuel or less fuel in your car. So it's yeah, it does work relatively, but it's something that needs to be adjusted all the time. LMW saying super stuff, Red Fox. Thank you, LMW. Appreciate that. Obviously, like I said before, guys, anyone that wants to see anything, just let me know. Obviously, I'm just trying to chat to you guys at the same time as cover the race, but over 6 hours, it's hard to capture everything or try and stay awake. Lol Power saying I'm in 3 laps time, going for a double stint. Well, Power, like I said, you subscribed during this race, so you will definitely get some screen time. I will look forward to you getting in the car. I know you said you're racing in the where is your car actually? You are currently, because now, so we're going to put you on the spot here, Lol Power, because I'm going to see where you're currently positioned in the race, and then we're going to see how you do when you get in there. So where is your team? You are there you go. You are 24 currently. We have Needham in the car in the 700 Ford Mustang. Our main man, Lol Power, is about to get in the car in about 3 laps time, and we're going to watch our man see what he can do. He said he needs to fight back up. So, well, obviously your team has got the pace because your counterpart in this race is somewhere near the front, currently racing in P3 in the 70 Mustang. So clearly the car has got speed. So we're hoping to see, well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do in the car. We'll keep checking back in on you over the next few hours, and definitely give you some screen time. Like I said before, guys, every single penny that we get from these streams all gets reinvested back into it. I've managed to up my game over the last few months due to people's support, so thank you for that. Anyone that, for instance, like Lol Power donated his Amazon Prime subscription. So if you do have Amazon Prime and you do have you link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch, you have a free sub you can give away every single month. So yeah, if you want to throw them my way, I always appreciate it. If you want to check in with Lewandowski, that's a name. So obviously Tremblay did a great stint in that Ferrari. They are now in the hunt here. This is 14th, 15th and 16th on the track. So I'm just reading the chat at the same time. As Lol Power said, I won't be able to listen into the stream while I'm driving. Good luck with the remaining part of the stream. No worries, Lol Power. I'm sure you can always watch it back anyway. It ain't going anywhere, and I think it saves on my channel for about 2 to 4 weeks, and I'll also upload it to my YouTube channel as well, so yeah, you can still catch up on that as well. Checking in on the Discord as well, just seeing a few people say stuff. I think there's a few people having a few issues trying to sign into the race, but I think so far we still have all 27 drivers out there, which is quite rare considering we're almost 3.5 hours into an endurance, 2.5 hours into an endurance race. Normally you have sort of one person quitting, but Lewandowski here is right on the back of this BMW. This is a great opportunity to make a position and get himself back up. Back up in the top 15. He already is in the top 15, but it just, some of these cars really struggle. It depends who's got the better downforce settings, but you can see as well that Roberts has got that McLaren back up into P16, but I think it's because he hasn't actually pitted yet. So I think we'll see him tumble down a little bit in a while. Lol Power saying he's going in. See ya. Yeah, no worries, Lol Power. Good luck. We'll keep an eye on you. Sorry, I'm just drinking tea at the same time. So we do know that he is going in the DRO2. We'll keep an eye on Lowell Power. I've said over his 2-hour stint. And then I guess someone's going to come in and take the glory at the end. But Needham here, I think, is about to end his stint. So we should see him going into the pits now. And that will allow the McLaren behind to comfortably get through. Hopefully he doesn't make any kind of... Yeah, he's nice and comfortably going in. And we'll keep an eye on that one in a little while. But I said back at the... There's a little battle going on over here, it looks like, by Laser Squad. What is it? 2 Slow Racing and K1 Esports here. So this is actually no, and Fitterer. So we have 4 drivers here. This is 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. This is a good bit of action here. So this is Fitterer of the. Again, I don't think Fitterer is pitted yet. So the K1 Esports and the 2 Slow car behind and the Ferrari, they are actually more. Yeah, they're probably, as you can tell, like the Dutch Stata Racing team haven't pitted yet. And the Plus Ultra team haven't pitted yet, and neither has the 2 Slow McLaren. So when they do pit, that means like K1 and 2 Slow will go up 3 places. This is a good battle on track between 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. We can see that the K1 Esports car is right behind that car, but obviously you should have fresh tyres. So yeah, you can see, look at the grip difference. So that Ford Mustang dives down the inside, gets through quite easily. And that is him through and up into P7. It wasn't really a pass for position, just because obviously, like I said, they are on different strategies currently. Tesora says, thanks for the coverage on United E-Racing 29, appreciate the stream. Not a problem at all. I'm here to help you guys out. As we can see, Razorbacks Day is going from bad to worse here. So at one point, like I said, they were 2nd place in this race, looking good for a podium finish. They now find themselves in the mid-table in P14, and now they have a drive-through penalty as well. So that is going to put them down even more, and that's going to be good news for the United E-Racing 29 car. We were literally just talking about it, but yeah. Oh, Tesaurus, does that mean you're Tremblay? Is that you? But yeah, Lewandowski here is going to get a nice free pass. He'll go straight up into P14, and then he'll better kick on and try and get on to the next car, actually, which is just ahead. Actually, that is just them there, so you can see how close this little battle is. But we will just go in and check with our main man at the back. Somewhere is he? Here he is. So it is Van Ogtrop. See, why couldn't you have had an easier name, Lowell Power? So he's called Lowell Power on Twitch, but he comes in the car and he's called Van Ogtrop. So we're going to have to, Oggy, we're going to have to call him, but I don't know. But yeah, Van Ogtrop here in the Never 700 Ford Mustang. He said he's got a lot of work to do to climb himself back up the order. I don't know how far he is away from the car ahead of the DAC Motorsport, of Lowe in the DAC Motorsport car, but obviously they've got a lot of work to do. But yeah, we'll keep checking in with Van Ogtrop, as he did obviously, yeah, give me a Prime sub, so obviously I've got to be nice to him. But yeah, so it is the big news is obviously, yeah, the Razorbacks, who I said at one point in this race were 2nd place, so they're a contender for future races. But yeah, they're gonna fall down a little bit here, and Lewandowski is he gonna try and make a move here? I presume it's not really worth the risk, is it? Because he's got to go in the pits either in this lap or next lap. So I presume Lewandowski here will just stay on the back of him and then just comfortably overtake in a minute. And we can see here, like I said, it is Regnick's in 9th place for the Laser Squad, trying to chase down Monkey of the 2 Slow team. But I do think that yeah, he'll go in the pit soon as well, because we're coming up to 3 hours and 30 minutes left, the 2.5 hour mark. I don't know how long Regnick's has been in that car for, but I think he's doing a hell of a stint here. Tesora saying, yeah, that's me, buddy. I'll be back in for the last 2 hours. Yeah, I will be taking like commentary breaks between now and then, but I will be covering hopefully at least the last 45 minutes or so. So I will be catching you, Tremblay. You've put your team in a good position. I don't think your qualifying was the greatest. I can't remember where you exactly qualified, but you are now sitting in a good position. Up there in the top 15. I would say anyone that can finish in the top 15 in these races is having a good day, as there was another drive-through penalty for Monkey in the 2 Slow Ferrari. So that is 2 drive-through penalties for that car. At one point it was 2nd place in this race. Again, that's another drive. It must be the 2nd place curse. The Razorbacks are now falling down the order, and it looks like the 2 Slow Racing team are going to yield their main position, because I'd imagine once they go in the pits, Cable, who is now racing in the 2 Slow McLaren, is going to cruise past that Ferrari team and become the lead driver. like I said, the Plus Ultra competition car and Regnick's and the Laser Squad Aston Martin both still have to pit, and that obviously, so K1 Esports will promote themselves up one more position to 6th place. They have about 13 seconds to DRS Team Italia, but actually, interestingly, DRS Team Italia is only 2.6 seconds off of driver's room, but Dutch Delta Racing obviously still have to pit, and when they do, that might allow then the DRS Team Italia to potentially challenge for a podium position here. The Porsche did a long stint last time, but they actually did a 75-minute stint. So if they're on course to do another 75-minute stint, I would imagine the Porsche will be pitting next lap, not this lap, next one. But yeah, and then obviously we can see the race leader, Judah, is now in the pit. So I don't know if he is just staying in the car, whether he's doing a driver swap. But this will, they're in cruise control at the minute. We can see Stavala is now in the SWR team car. And yeah, the Aston Martin is looking good for a good podium finish here. I'd imagine TME Racing, bar any mistakes, should cruise into race victory, like I said, and the SWR car will look like it's challenging for a decent podium position. Like I said, although this Dutch Delta Racing car is 2 seconds behind, they are obviously a pit stop, to the negative. So obviously when they do pit, they will fall back down the order slightly. But let me just run you through the order back to front. So at the minute, still in 27th place at the back. I think they did have a DC issue, so obviously that is the reason why they're a bit further back than most people. But it is the Blackwing Motorsport 76 BMW. They're currently rounding out the 27th place position at the minute, but obviously it's a long championship. There are 12 races, as we said, over 12 months. So expect them to have better races in the future. Actually, that's interesting. The Sakella Racing team down in 26th place. At one point, they were up there challenging for the high team finishes, and they now find themselves down in 26th place. So I don't know what's happened there, but obviously they need to find another gear if they want to close down the gap to the drivers ahead. Puff past you currently. Nosians here is, or Nosiers, Nosy. I don't know how you pronounce his name, he's got a really weird name. But he is currently in the 41 Ferrari P25, but he's got half a minute to close down if he wants to catch up with Van Ogtrop here. He is 4 laps down in the Ford Mustang. You can see the driver ahead of him is 3 laps down. So as he crosses the line, 64 seconds off of the driver ahead. There you go. So I think... Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so Ogtrop is in the 700 Ford Mustang. He is 1 lap down on the 23rd placed car, and obviously that 23rd placed car is 1 minute and 5 seconds back from the full throttle racing. So if the driver's room DR02 car is to have a anything to do in this race, they're going to have to catch up a lap, and then obviously start to put pressure on the drivers ahead. So we'll keep an eye on that one, but at the minute he's got a lot of work to do if he is to close that gap up. The DAC Motorsport low car currently sat in 22nd. So I think I just missed the full Ford racing car here. So the 96 Ford Mustang looks like he just came out of the pits again as well, but he is this is Stally here for the full throttle racing Ford Mustang. He is the driver that's being chased down by the driver's room DR02 car, so we'll see that little battle of the four Mustangs hopefully will open up as the race goes on. But yeah, so we have DAC Motorsport currently sat in 22nd place in the 48 Ferrari. They have it must be over half a minute gap to the driver ahead. There is a big, obviously there's still 3.5 hours left. A lot of things can happen, so obviously. But what I would say is that Paul Ricard has got loads of runoffs, and there isn't really many places for you to write off your car and do a lot of damage. Now, what you'll find is when you go to somewhere like the 24-hour Nordschleife, there'll be so many changes in position because, for instance, as you know, if you crash halfway around the track and then you quit back to the pit lane, it takes off that half a lap, so you lose half a lap plus the 3 or 4 minutes that you're in the pit lane, right? So sometimes, and obviously because the track's so long, obviously there's so many different opportunities to go up and down the order. So you could be a lap down on someone, or 5 minutes behind someone on Nordschleife, and if they crash into the barrier, you gain that back, and then you gain a 3-minute advantage. So you know, I was racing an endurance race there once before, and I was like, probably like, I think we were 6th with about an hour to go of a 24-hour race, and then we still finished on the podium because obviously everyone just binned it at the last minute. And sometimes it's not worth trying to drag the car on the track. But fingers with Paul Ricard, as you can see from that screenshot right there, there's so much runoff, you don't really have a lot of incidents. So when we go to some of the smaller tracks like Brands Hatch and stuff, you will see far more crashes for sure. So Phoenix Endurance Racing here, 21st place is Pearson in the car at the minute. He has a 21-second gap to the car ahead. Chandler's rounding out the top 20. So yeah, with a good stint here and maybe, you know, just a couple of good laps, obviously Phoenix can try and close down that order. The way that car's twitching though, I'd imagine he looks like he's a controller driver. Yeah, look at that steering wheel. So at the minute we can see that the Phoenix Endurance Racing driver that is in the car at the minute is a controller driver. You can tell that from the tyre twitch. So obviously we'll see, fair play to him for racing out there with a controller. Chandler here is the lowest ranked 2 slow racing team in the race. Obviously there are 4 out there, so in the inter-squad battle this Mustang and Chandler are at the back of that race. Currently in P20 they have a bit of a gap to catch up to, half a lap, to catch up to Hay ahead, so they've got a lot to do. But Hay currently in P19 following their sort of driver swap issue. They've started to claw it back. They were looking like a top 5 contender, so they've got a long way to go. Like I said, there's still 3.5 hours left. So Hay here in the SRC Motorsport McLaren, they do have a lot to do, but they will start to sort of close down the gap to the drivers ahead. Is that Nate here? So yeah, Nate in the 2 slow racing McLaren. He is taken over from Fitterer by the looks of it. They are chasing down Made for Racing here in 17th place. We'll run with this one for a second because actually no, sorry, they're not. So that isn't the Porsche ahead. Sorry, that was a back marker. And then they have 26-second gap. Sorry, it is actually the Made for Racing car that's chasing down the Laser Squad car. In the chat we can see Sora saying United E Racing 29 are both on controller, but we're out there. Yeah, that's fine. So what are you racing with a controller as well, or are you the only are you the only driver for your team that is racing with a rig? The Made for Racing car here, Barnett here, is chasing down the Laser Squad Tierney here in the 91 Aston Martin. They're about 1.7 seconds back as he has a bit of a slide there. That's going to cost him a bit of time. I don't know if you can even see the driver ahead. Yeah, that is him there. So you can see there's a little bit of a gap ahead, but obviously he'll do his best to try and close that gap. And but like I said, catching up with the car is one thing, trying to pass it here in a Porsche is another. Like we said, so Tierney here is currently in 16th place, 3.2 seconds back on the other Porsche. He's in a bit of a Porsche sandwich here. That Ferrari in front, by the looks of it, is a back marker. So he has 3.2 seconds as he dives down the inside here. I presume that Ferrari's just going to get out of the way. He probably dived a bit too aggressive, so probably jumped out of the way a bit too crazy there. But he has a gap to close down. There's quite an opportunity for these drivers here in the mid-table, because the Laser Squad is only 3.2 seconds back from the humble guys Porsche in 15th place, but they're only 5 seconds back from the Plus Ultra Competition 808 Ford Mustang, who is then in turn only 1.4 seconds back from 13th place. So if you look at someone like Barnett for Made for Racing in 17th, they can easily get themselves up to 13th place with just a good stint. So there is a lot to sort of play for, even in the midfield. We can see Undead back in the chat saying Wagwan. Yeah, not a lot going on at the minute. Tremblay saying that both their drivers are driving on a controller today, so there must be a cycle of punishment. To be fair, I race on a controller sometimes as well, just because I can't bother to set up my rig. But Mr. Undead here obviously is he just did a stint in the SRC Motorsport McLaren. They are starting to climb back up the order slightly. Currently find themselves, like I said, in 19th place, 22 seconds to close up, but they will keep pushing, I'm sure. So the GXRS racing team, I say that's Sunkerfall, I can't pronounce his name, but in the 373 McLaren here, they're trying to chase down 12th place Piper for the Razorbacks team. The Razorbacks were actually just trying to put some pressure on the 2 slow Ferrari there, but it looks like the 2 slow Ferrari has gone in the pits, and the Razorbacks will cruise through into 11th place. they, yes, at one point were in second place in the race, but obviously they now have had a drive-through penalty and tumbled down the order a little bit, but they are starting to move their way up slowly, so we will keep an eye on that one. Following their pit stop, Garcia now in for Dutch Dauter Racing. They're in 10th place, 10 seconds behind P9, which is the Lewandowski in the 29 United E-Racing Ferrari. So they've got a 10-second gap there. This is another one of those battles we were talking about. So we'll watch this one here, the Tuso Racing McLarens battling with each other. So if they can close up that 10-second gap in the 86 Porsche, they obviously can catch up with the 29 Ferrari, and then that Ferrari is only 3.6 seconds behind this battle here for what is 7th and 8th. So there's a good battle here between 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, only separated by about 15 seconds, which obviously in a 1 hour race is quite a big gap, but 15 seconds over a 6 hour race is not so much. Phantom in the chat saying, Red Fox, what's up? Thoughts on the race so far? Thoughts on the race so far? Well, obviously, I would say I think we've already got a clear race favourite. So back up at the front, Hudek now taking over the third driver in that Mustang. They have just been clear and dominant from the start. So yeah, they've got a 45-second clear at the front, but overall I would say that the racing has been really, really clean. There's been a lot of battling, a lot of fair, clean battling. There's only been a few little crashes here and there, so I'd say the standard of racing has been really, really good and clean today. I really like it. I think there's so much still left on the table. We've still got 3 hours and 23 minutes left, and there's so many battles, like we were just explaining there, that are separated by like 10 seconds, 15 seconds. There are opportunities for teams here, obviously, because I presume you're all talking to each other on your party chats and stuff. There's so many opportunities for a driver to go up 5 places in just one stint. So I think it is just about maximising your stints now, just trying to keep it on the track, no silly mistakes. Obviously we can see here that Barnett, like I said, we were just saying about, this is a prime example right here. So we're just literally chatting about Barnett being able to catch up with the drivers ahead, and he goes and gets a drive-through penalty. But as we say that, the driver that was leading that entire battle has also got a drive-through penalty. So that's going to look at people like the humble guys, Porsche. They're just going to cruise through, and it's like you're losing a bit of pressure from behind you, and now you've gained a free place. So you've really got to be careful. And the other thing about doing is not being too aggressive. And you've got people like the Tuso Racing here, Monkey, who had they've already had 2 drive-through penalties today, and now he's got a stop and go 30 penalty. So this race, I'd say the main factor that's been involved is the penalties. So I'd say my thoughts on the race so far are literally just, it's been good, it's been clean, it's been fair, but there's been a lot of unforced errors, should we say, out there, and I think a lot of these positions, your opportunities to finish in the top 10 will be affected by how well you manage those or mitigate those errors, because obviously you can't be, look at this. At one point, this car here that is now sat in 19th place was second in the race, legitimately second in the race, and they're now they're now 19th. Sorry. So obviously they've done a pit stop, and now they have to do another pit stop, obviously because of the penalty. So it's things like that that are going to really, really kill people's races. So just looking at the United E-Racing car trying to catch up here with the 8th place car. But but Phantom, what are your thoughts on the race? This is a good battle here for what is 8th and 9th. This is Cable versus Lewandowski, controller versus rig. So let's see if the controller driver will capitalise here. We're starting to get. Oh, look at what happened there. Did he slow down on purpose, or was that just a bit of a game lag catching up? It looked like he closed down the order there and slammed his brakes on, unless he thought maybe the corner was coming up and he just bottled it a little bit. But it looked like he had an opportunity to maybe do the overtake there, but he lives to fight another day. This United E-Racing car is really doing bits today, so it's one of my potential teams of the day, we'll call it. I would normally say driver of the day, but look at that inside line. Nice, easy overtake. I don't know if the cable here has maybe got worn out tires. I'm not sure when they last came in the pits, but yeah, United E-Racing car is cruised through, but they are fighting back a little bit, but obviously should have the Ferrari, should have the inside line for the next corner. He needs to shut that door and then take the apex on the right-hander so they don't dive back down the inside. He thinks better of it, and I think the Ferrari should hold that line. He's kept it nice and clean. The McLaren tucks it back inside, and that's a good overtake there by Lewandowski, but it is going to be the too slow car that's going to try and battle back here. He drives down the inside. Is he going to hold that line? And he's going to now have the inside line, but it should be the outside line should be the advantage here, because you do have the two inside corners for the next couple of corners. But that McLaren fights back. Can the Ferrari hold on? They don't yet. No. So again, straight back through. So there was one overtake and it's bounced straight back to the other side. So that's obviously great driving by the McLaren there to lose the position and gain it straight back. So fantastic job on these two. Really nice, clean racing. And like I said, that has been one of the things to highlight today. Such great driving by all of the drivers involved. Really, really impressed with what's going on. Just going to go back here to Nate. Actually, Nate in another too slow car. Looks like too slow, making their moves at the minute. They're chasing down the Plus Ultra competition. The 808 Ford Mustang here, so this is a chance to potentially get back to the top 15. They're right up the rear gearbox of that Porsche, sorry, of the Ford Mustang. And you can see him had a little bit of a wobble there, just trying to lose a bit of grip. But yeah, this is Nate on Martin here, 99 versus 808. Ooh, so yeah, the Ford Mustang brakes a little bit early there. I don't think the McLaren was expecting that. And I don't know if that's compromised his run a little bit, and that might not allow him to potentially get the pass done now. No, it looks like they're going to live to fight another day here. Just going to go up to a little bit because Tierney here was chasing down the Porsche. I don't know if he's just made that move done now. Yes, so Tierney gets past the humble guy's Porsche and up into 13th place. Laser Squad starting to claw the way back. Because at one point they qualified in 10th. They fouled down to I think about 25th or something like that, and then now they're back up into 13th place. So Laser Squad having a good middle stint of this race, and they are now starting to be a bit more competitive. Yeah, time will tell how far they can get out of the order. I don't know how much. What's the gap now to the next car? Obviously, but if you look at this though, yeah, they're 12 seconds behind 12th. 12th is 17 seconds behind 11th, and 11th is 17 seconds behind 10th. So there's going to have to be quite a few good stints in order for them to close those gaps down. Just looking here as well, we can see Nate is still trying to chase on that Ford Mustang here. I just don't know if he's got enough on those straights to get past. Just checking in with our guy at the back here. So Van Ogtrop here is in the 700 Ford Mustang. He is trying to get himself back up from the 24th place. His counterpart is probably about 2/3 of a lap ahead. So all Ogtrop can do at the minute is just keep pumping in those laps, hoping that maybe drivers ahead will get those unforced errors, get those drive-through penalties. But at the minute, you can see he's coming on the top end of the circuit into sector 3, and Ogtrop is coming down the back straight. So Stally is coming down the back straight. So Ogtrop has got a lot to do if he is to catch up with the full Throttle Racing team, but all he has to do is try and keep that out there, keep those stints going. Currently P24, and we'll see if that driver's room car can keep try and move himself up into the top 20, which would be a good target for them. But obviously their counterpart is it, can't pronounce his name, sorry, but it's the number 70 Ford Mustang is currently in P3. That's a legitimate P3 position. They're trying their best to chase down the Aston Martin in second place of the SWR. I think at last check they were 45 seconds off of the back of the race leader TME Racing. I don't know if they're going to have I don't know if that's obviously. We'll stay with these guys until they go past the timing screen, and we'll see if that time has gone up from 45 seconds. Should be coming up to the timing line any second now. So it was 45 seconds last time we checked. It is now 46. So it doesn't matter what driver you put in that TME Racing car, every single one of them has an answer for anything that's in behind them. So really, really good driving there. But looks like the nearest battle of the minute is, what do you feel? Looking here, that looks like the humble guys is still trying to put pressure back on the Laser Squad. And then the other guy, obviously looks like there's a bit of a battle, is the United E-Racing 29 Ferrari trying to chase down Cable again. So it seems to be, although that McLaren got past, can't seem to pull away. So is the Ferrari going to have another crack at trying to get through now? He got a good run out of the last corner. Is he closing down on the McLaren? You can see, I don't know if he's, is he just staying in behind on purpose? I'm not sure, but no, he is. It's getting so close. Obviously, I think where that car keeps closing in a bit, I think that's probably just to do with the just the signal strength of the server. I'm not sure. No, yeah, he's staying in behind and keeping it comfortable. But back here as well, we have that's Nate, the Two-Star Racing, trying to chase down the Plus Ultra competition car, and then obviously again ahead of that, Tierney is a second behind. No, sorry, the Humble Guys is now falling a second behind Tierney. But Nate is just keeping it nice and clean. P16, like I said, he can get himself up into the top 15 with this overtake. But obviously, like I said, catching up with that Ford Mustang is one thing, passing it is another. He's just got such a good run out of the corners. It's got great acceleration, great top speed. It's just such a hard car to pass. So you're almost trying to sort of sit in their slipstream and hope that they make a mistake, which is easier said than done. Oh, I thought from that camera there he was going to just hit the back end of that car. Just stay this one for a second. He's just doing everything he can to catch up with that Ford, but you just look at the way it pulls away coming out of that corner. You just cannot, having the big straight and pull Ricard is such a hard, if you've got a top end fast car, it's easy. But when you have to try and catch it up every single time, it's just hard work, isn't it? So it's like you can see that he's never going to be able to get past that car on a straight. So he has to do it in either sector 3 or sector 1. Looking here at Puff past you. I don't know if he's just been passed. I think he has, yeah, because he was in 25th and he's down in 26th. So it looks like Sequelia Racing has been passed. Sorry, has passed Puff past you, and they've moved up to 25th, down from 26th. It is still Blackwing Motorsport that does round out the back of this grid in 27th place. They are, see, how far are they? Well, they're only about half a lap behind. I don't know if they're lapped, but it looks like they're only half a lap behind, so they could potentially catch up or at least unlap themselves. And like we said, Ogtrop here is trying to close down the gap to the Full Throttle Racing car ahead. He will just continue to battle on. Let's just ride with... why does everyone have such crazy names? Was it Gambatera? Why can't everyone just be called John Smith? It'd be easier to say, wouldn't it? But Gambatera here is, currently only 2.2 seconds behind that third place driver's room car. So like I said, this podium is by no means finished. And with Bowen in the K1 Esports car only 5 seconds behind as well, there's a lot to play for here. And there's still a lot of... it's still 3 of the 5 cars at the front are the Ford Mustangs, but... oh, look at this, DRS Italia is now only 1.8 seconds behind, so they are starting to catch that driver's room car. So are we potentially about to see a change in the podium? So anyone in the chat so far, what are your guys' thoughts on how things are going? How was your team doing? Anyone want to report anything on what they're hearing from their team? Anyone about to do some stints? Anyone finished their stints for the day? What's everyone saying in the chat? We're just riding here with the DRS Team Italia, who are currently in P4, chasing down the driver's room 74 Mustang in P3. This is a battle for the podium right now. Let's just keep up with what's going on in Discord as well. There's a bit of aggro going on in the chat, so I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm not sure if anyone can fill me up on that. It looks like someone is unhappy with the number 29 car, so I don't know if there's been an incident. I don't know if Lewandowski's caused some upset somewhere. Sort of saying, just happy to be safe out there still. We have track limits concerns, but if we get a drive through, we'll battle through it. We're the highest up we've been so far. Yeah, you're currently sat in P8. You've got a 9-second gap to P7. Actually, that's worth mentioning as well. Actually, that obviously United E-Racing having a great race today, but so are AXRL. They are racing from Australia, I believe, and they also somewhere that side, I think, that side of the pond is the morning where they are. So they are having a good race so far. Currently sat in P7. Yeah, United E-Racing in P8. So sometimes, like I said, it's not about who's the fastest, it's about who's the most consistent. And these guys are proving to be good. Always a drive-through penalty to say that. So as I just say that about keeping it clean and stuff, you couldn't use commentator's curse is ever there if ever there was one. But Rollings for AXRL has just got a drive-through penalty. So that is great news for the United E-Racing team, because that is another free position. Thank you very much. So they were talking about their own drive-through also track limit concerns, but now they know that the car in front has just got a drive-through penalty, so that means that they're going to get a nice free overtake and they're going to put themselves up into P7. And what is the gap here? They're 22 seconds to Evandro. Again, Evandro is one of those dark horses. I don't know if it's just that they're out of pit sync, but Evandro currently in P6 here. I don't know if they are legitimately P6 or they just haven't pitted yet. But again, it is worth mentioning that they're having a good little race so far, because they're keeping it clean out there, and that is half the battle. Just trying to. I think my TV is going to turn itself off in a minute, so I need to make sure I keep an eye on the action. Let me just fix that. I'll be back in one moment. Sorry about that. We just had a bit of a technical difficulty. Although I can see the broadcast through my laptop, obviously it's easier to look at it through the big widescreen TV. So things are getting interesting at the front, guys. I'm going to say that now. Obviously, we've had the drive-through penalty there, obviously, which allowed United E-Racing to go up to P7, but we have Evandro Racing only 8 seconds off of P5. P5 is only 3.7 seconds off of P4, and P4 is 2 seconds off of P3, who are only 10 seconds off of P2. So there is, you've got second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth all separated by less than half a minute. So with coming up to 3 hours left in this race, there is so much to happen, potentially happen in this race. If you look at someone like United E-Racing, you could still get on the podium. You could still get on the podium if things go your way. You just got to keep putting those good stints in. But this is, it's by no means over. There's so many potential battles potentially going to happen. I think this is the closest they've been in a while now. They're just trying to chase that Ford Mustang. It looks like every single time they catch up a little bit, the driver's room Ford Mustang finds that little bit more speed. But the K1 Esports car is slowly, you can see those guys in the distance. That is literally the podium right in front of them. That is third and fourth, just going around the sweeping right-hander now. So the potential for K1 Esports to get onto the podium is getting closer and closer by the minute, and it's that means we're going to have a bit of a juicy racing going on soon. A lot still to play out. I didn't realise that the driver's room car was so close to Stavala, actually, but that might be actually that Stavala's pitted, actually, because that's the new driver in there, isn't it? Or is it? we'll soon see by how many seconds they are behind TME Racing car. I'm just going to stay with this one for a minute. As he crosses the line, we should get an idea of if this is actually a legitimate battle here. Does it even give a time? No. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't tell you the time, which is so frustrating because I can't work out how they're stacking up. It's also worth mentioning as well that the Razorbacks have now clawed themselves back into the top 10. They're 8 seconds off of the back of the AXR Nova Sport car. Obviously, they had a drive-through penalty recently, and obviously that's caused them to fall back a little bit. But that is also good information for the United Racing team because they know they have potentially got a drive-through penalty coming their way as well. And they can clearly see from this that they'll only fall back 2 positions, so that is good to know for them. It is, see, we've got Martin here. It looks like he has now lost the position to Nate, so the Tuso Racing McLaren has moved up into P13. They have passed the Ford Mustang, and also the SRC are slowly moving up the order as well. They were 19th last time I checked. They're now up into P16. Hay in that car currently, so yeah, it's starting to, the more consistent teams, or the fast teams from the start, are starting to trickle towards the front of the order. So obviously, like I said, it doesn't matter how many mistakes you make, because obviously you do have opportunities to recover from this. Obviously, one of the drivers at the start, was it Monkey now? Is it? Yeah, at one point that Ferrari looked like it was gonna be potentially a podium contender. They're now obviously down in 20th place, 25 seconds back from 19th place. Obviously, they're one of their other competitors, teammate competitors, but they're 25 seconds back from that. So the Ferraris had a bit of a fall from grace here, but I do think with 3 hours and 5 minutes to go, they still have plenty of opportunities to catch back up. Our guy Ogtrop is still trying to chase down the guys ahead. Actually, Stally has closed the gap to DAC Motorsport down to 17 seconds. So they are, I don't know if the Full Throttle Racing team and the DAC Motorsport team, I don't know if they are actually catching up on sorry, I'm just yawning here. So, sorry, of the Van Ogtrop, it looks like he is falling back down. So although he was trying to have some good stints and catch up with the drivers ahead, it looks like he might be actually falling further behind. You can see here the other 2 slow cars. So actually, there's they're actually only 0.8 of a second, and they're trying to close down on the Porsche. Let's see how fast this Ford Mustang can close down that Porsche. This is probably one of the fastest cars in the straight versus one of the slowest cars in the straight, and you can see he's clawing that Porsche in. So even if he stays behind him this lap, he should have him next lap with ease. Chandler here, I don't think he's going to dive bomb here, so I think he'll just keep that nice and safe, and then just line that move up next time. Oh, it goes big wide there, and I say, was he going to try to dive bomb? He does. He goes on the inside. Has he got better traction here? Oh, I say, looks like they're going to touch there. He hits that Porsche. I don't know if he's going to yield that position back. It looks like he is. Yeah, so he just braked himself late there. He hit the back of the Humble Guy's Porsche, but he does yield that position, let them back through. So that's sportsmanship there. I don't think that's going to get many issues there. Interestingly, the Dutch Data Racing team are back down into 17th place, 6.8 seconds behind Made for Racing. There's actually 3 Porsches here, 16th, 17th and 18th. So we've got a little bit of an inter-Porsche battle. Those 3 drivers, the 13, 992 and 985, but Dutch Data Racing at one point looked like they were going to be a top 10 contender, find themselves down in 17th place. It may well be that they've just pitted, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Martin here again, not letting that move stick, so he is putting pressure back on that McLaren. And the Nate here does have a 14-second gap to Tierney ahead, so there's still a lot. Obviously, there's bigger gaps growing out there, but it's by no means over. They can obviously still catch up these gaps and close them down. It is worth mentioning now that the DRS Team Italia are now only 0.6 of a second behind third place car. Abe Owen is still about 3 seconds behind these guys, so he is keeping a good stint there in 5th place, and the Invandro team is actually closing that gap down, only 6.4 seconds now. But this DRS Team Italia are slowly going about their business. Now the gap they've got here, which is less than a second, could easily be dealt with in the pit stops. But this is what we were talking about earlier. Do you remember on the last hour stints we were saying about the fact that the undercut is so powerful here because of just the the tyre difference? If the DRS Team Italia wanted to capitalise here, what they could do, obviously, because like we said, passing the Ford Mustang is a hard thing to do. So what you could do is pit early, because you're coming up to the 3-hour window anyway, so this is probably a good time to do it. Actually, maybe even this lap. If that Ford Mustang doesn't hit this lap, you could. Sorry, just joining here, so it's getting quite late here. But yeah, you could pit now and then undercut that Ford Mustang. He goes really wide there, just blocks that one there. It looks like it doesn't even matter. The Ford Mustang obviously had that McLaren in his rearview mirrors. He obviously paid attention to what was going on behind him, and he gets a nice, easy overtake, and that is a move for a podium spot. DRS Team Italia move themselves up into the podium places, and they are now in 3rd place in this race. And actually, whilst all this was happening, that Ford Mustang actually closed 3 seconds on the SWR Aston Martin. So this move, where the DRS Team Italia moved up into the podium, might end up meaning that if they can get a good stint going now, they can actually catch up now and potentially catch up with the 2nd place Aston Martin. So a lot to happen here. So you see they're only 6.7 seconds back now, so they should be able to get some sort of visual on on that on Stavala in the Aston Martin here. So yeah, this could be a good day for Team Italia. Yeah, that's his name, Gambatera is potentially doing a great job here for Team Italia, and they might be able to make a move onto that 2nd place Aston Martin. We are now reaching that middle part of the race. So what I'm going to do now, guys, I'm going to take another break here. Obviously, just as you can tell, my voice is getting a little bit strained now. I need to get myself another cup of tea. I will obviously cover the last hour. So what I'll probably do with 3 hours left is I'll come on for about half an hour, just to sort of cover a little bit of an update in about 45 minutes time, and then obviously I'll have another break, and then I'll come on for the last hour just to cover the action going into the end stint. As I was trying to do, so I'm trying to aim to do 3 hours of the 6-hour race, but it might end up being about 3.5 hours, obviously, because I'll do my best to stay with you guys. Like I said, you can message in the chat and let me know what you want to see, and I will be with you the whole time. I just need to rest the voice and everything, because it's a hard job doing all this by yourself. But thank you all for staying tuned, and like I said, I will be back, and I said just feel free to message in the group, and I'll try and talk to you as well. So I'll be back soon. Thank you all for watching. Hey guys, I'm back. I'm going to do a extra half an hour commentary stint in here, and then obviously I'll pause for 45 minutes before the last hour, and then I'll ride with you all the way to the finish. I just thought I'd take this opportunity within this half an hour stint. As I said I would at the start of the race, I would introduce all of the teams and the drivers and everything, just to sort of give everyone a bit of a overview, and just sort of so if you are listening in the broadcast, when I highlight your team, if you want to just throw some information in the chat, feel free. I'll try and give everyone a bit of like a minute each or whatever, just a bit of a segment. So obviously TME Racing are currently sat in 4th place. Ricard is the I think the 3rd driver in that lineup there, but they have they're not actually 4th, they are probably net 1st. It's just obviously where the pit stops have happened. So I'll go through the order from and we'll try and capture everyone, so apologies if we miss anyone as we go through this, but we'll try our best. So we're going to start with K1 Esports, the number 113. Well, it says number 113, but they're actually the number 65 Ford Mustang. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and find their... Actually, it might be easier to just do it in the order that they're on here then. So because obviously I'm just looking at the sim grid, so it might be easier to do it this way actually. I've just changed my mind. So actually we're going to start with a Dutch Delta Racing, because they are the first team on here. This is the 992 Porsche, currently being driven by Garcia. They have a 5-man team, so obviously one of the drivers... it definitely isn't racing today because you can have a maximum of 4 drivers. They're currently in 11th place in this race, 5.2 seconds back from a top 10. They have on their team 5 drivers in total, like I said. So they have Stef Hager, Lucan Garcia, Sander van Warnrouge, Tygo Hoofmans, and Toyab Ola. So they have the 5 drivers. Obviously, like I said, I don't know which one is missing out today, but obviously over the course of the 12 races, I'm sure we will see more of these guys. They're having a good first race, so watch out for this green and yellow Porsche as the races go on, because I'm sure they will be competitive. Phantom, just in the chat saying we are P1, we are P1. We'll get to you guys in a moment. You're not actually P1. Well, I suppose you are legitimately, but obviously, there isn't. And there's obviously a net order there, and you think you're net 3rd, I think. So switching over now, we're going to go to the humble guys. Where are they currently positioned? Can I find them? I was it down the order. Okay, there you go. So the number 14. So another Porsche team. So this is the 985 Porsche team. THG, the humble guys. They have a 3-man roster. They have Tom Van Lock, Mike Verweij, I don't know if that's his last name, and Adam Wareham. So it's the 3-driver team. You can see it's Mike in the car at the minute. They're currently riding in P14, so I think this is probably one of the highest positions they've been in today's race. They're looking pretty racy out there, so I think they're probably good for a top 20 finish. They're currently 2 laps down from the leader, but a lot of people have been lapped. But yeah, having a good race so far. So good luck to them. We'll obviously see them throughout the championship. And then we next are going to the championship organisers, the SRC Motorsport team. They are the one that are hosting this championship on SimGrid. So yeah, if you haven't already followed their Discord, they have actually a 6-man team in their lineup. They're racing in the number 94 McLaren. They have Matthew Roberts, Daniel Hay, Stuart Duffy, Dean Ellis, Harry Palmer, and Ewan Skeen. Is currently Ewan Skeen in the car at the minute. They're currently riding in P13. They had a DC issue early doors. They should have been up there at the front. So watch them in obviously the latter parts of this race. Obviously they will move up the order, I'm sure. Currently 10 seconds off the P12 finish. Riding next with TME Racing. They have one of the largest teams, I believe. They have 8 drivers, all with weird names, so I'm sure I'm going to murder most of these. But yeah, TME Racing in the they are done as the number 13 Mustang, but obviously for some reason it's showing a 0 on today's race. Currently in P4 with the fastest lap of the race, but they will be probably net P1 once everyone else is pitted, 11.5 seconds back. But they have Patrick Sajek, Vladislav Tomacek, Dominic Judah, Juraj Derica, Martin Marginkansky, Michael Hudek, Jan Sumar, and Wojtek Trzil. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing their names right, but they are currently they're looking like they are looking like they're good for this race win today, but obviously anything can happen. They're actually falling back off of the back of the DRS Team Italia, so the driver in the car at the minute isn't up to speed yet. Shepard saying 16 now, we're getting taken out. I'm sure we'll cover your guys in a minute when we go through this team rosters. Next in line is the Blackwing Motorsport. I think they are last at the minute. Blackwing Motorsport, they have 3 drivers in their roster. I presume all of them are racing today. So they're currently P27, 5 laps down, but obviously I believe they'll have better races in the future. I think they've had some DC issues today. But their driver lineup in the number 76 BMW is Ivan Cortez, Miles Johnston and Charlie Votrebek. It is Charlie Votrebek in the car at the minute. They're a bit banged up, but they're doing their best and they're staying out there, which is fair play to them. Next we've got the first of 4 too slow racing teams, the McLaren team. So that is, well, do you need to find them? We've got loads of teams. That's Team Mustang. So the McLaren team is making sure we're covering the right team here. I don't know if we are. Okay, no, yeah, this is the second of the 2 teams, so it's actually the other team we're looking for. That one there we go. So this is Cable, currently riding in 9th place in the number 34 McLaren. They have a roster of 6 drivers, so Donald Ingham, Chance Griffith, Donny Shippers, Michael Peachy, Tyler Cable and Wayne Gardner. It is Tyler Cable in the car at the minute. Like I said, they are running P9. They're in a bit of a battle with a lot of the drivers around them, so there's a lot of positions to potentially be taken there, but they are 27 seconds back from P8. The next team is the Pro McLaren team, who are actually getting beaten by the, I presume what we're classed as the amateur team, but currently they have a 5-man roster, so that would be Thomas Fitterer, Danny Freeman, Jay Shanbag, P. Nate and O'Shea Wilson. They are racing in the number 99 McLaren. They're currently P16, 5.4 seconds back off of 15th place. They're being outshone by their non-pro counterparts, so I'm sure they'll be team talks afterwards. Next we have the Too Slow Mustang team. So they are currently riding in P20 of 28 seconds back. They have a 7-man roster, so they have Nigel Langley, Bobby Roden, Jonathan Chandler, Tim Alexander Beach, or Bleach, I don't know how you pronounce his last name, Paul Wagner, Dylan McGee and Grant Scarr. They're currently racing in the number 4 Ford Mustang. And so they have potentials to push themselves up the order slightly, but they're currently lying in P20. Obviously a lot of work to do. And then the last of the 2 slow teams, the Ferrari team, they are currently riding in P15, being chased down by their teammates in the number 99 McLaren, but they're racing in the 296 Ferrari. Their team consists of 6 drivers, which is Thomas Rebotham, Mike Janssen, Devon Lingard, Armand Roloff, so that is his last name, Tony Monkey and Zach Zarnoff. Having a relatively good race so far. Currently P15, 3.2 seconds back. Luckily for them, the SRC team ahead of them have got a drive-through penalty. That's about a 30-second penalty there, so obviously they should be able to catch up a little bit. And then we're moving across next. To make sure there's nothing. Just want to catch up with the chats. Nothing's being said. So the AXRL Nova Sport team from Australia are next. They're currently racing in P8. They are, I don't know if it's going to give us the timeline, but they stack up. They are 9 seconds off of P7 United E Racing. They have a 6-driver lineup, so Yash Yoshi, Hudson Manuel, Cooper Murphy, Angus Dunk, Jacob Nielsen and Brody Rawlings make up the number 3 McLaren's team. They are having a good race by their sort of standards. They're qualified in P20 or somewhere around there, and they've moved themselves up into the top 10 finish. So they're having a great race. I'm sure they're going to be really happy with the finish here. Next, we're going to go to the Puff Puff Past You team. I think they're somewhere near the back of the grid, yeah, in P26, 13 seconds off the 25th place. They have a massive roster, actually. They have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers in their roster. So they have Emilio Dinosauro, Carl Buxton, Chris King, Jake Harrigan, Brian Lamking, Timothy Noziers, Red Rider, Nicholas Sam, and the Gould Man. They are racing in the number 44 Ferrari. Like I said, they're not having a great race out there today, but obviously I'm sure they will be more competitive in future races. Next is the Laser Squad from Ireland. They're currently sat in P12. They have Thomas Scanlon in the car at the minute. They have a 5-man roster. James O'Leary, Adrian O'Morder, Stena Regniks, and Terry Tierney are their drivers. They're currently racing in the number 92 Aston Martin, P12 at the minute, 9.4 seconds off of 11th place. They're 20 seconds off of a top 10 finish. Having a good race at the minute. Next in line is the first of the 2 drivers' room teams, the DRO1. They are currently sat in P5 in the number 70 Ford Mustang. They have a 4-man team, and they have Dennis Van Eelik, Oscar Frisk, Andy Winters, and Victor Hammerland in their team. They're having a good race so far. Yeah, currently P5. I don't know where their net position is, obviously, because I know a few people have to pit. I think they're on course to potentially challenge for a podium today. Having a great race by them. And then the secondary team of theirs is the Drivers Room DRO2. Currently sat in P24 is Van Octrop in the car at the minute. They have a 4-man team as well. They have Craig Needham, Ben Oliver, Luke Van Ogtrop, and then they have Gerton Carpentier as their 4th driver. I think, so they haven't had a great race today, but obviously as their teammates are showing, they do have the ability to challenge up near the top. So Van Ogtrop and his teammates will be hoping to have a better race in the future. Then we also are going across now to the DRS Team Italia Razorbacks. They were looking promising at one point in this race, but they have now, they're currently sat in 16th place, 17 seconds off of 15th, although the number 15th car is currently in the pits. The Razorbacks have a 6-man roster with Alessandro Ferrari, Gabriel Fossi, Stefano Piper, David Lukarich, Carlo De Rosso, and Mattia Orcini. They are currently in the 313 BMW, 16th place, moving up to 15th now because of the pit stops. They'll be looking to have a better race in the future. Their teammates, the DRS Team Italia, they are currently sat in P3, 2.8 seconds off of the SWR of Androzzi. They have a 6-man roster as well, and they are Sasha Miatani, Tiziano Bandini, Enrico Gudrossi, Francesco Mioni, Fabio Gambatera, I think it is, and Giovanni Biadali. So having a good race so far, have a potential to race on to the podium. So those guys are doing well so far. Next we have the SWR official team 1. So I presume that is this team here. It is, yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so in their team, they have a big roster. They have a big 8-man roster. They have Michael Bello Metti, Giovanni Brambilla. They have Paolo Damiana, Nicola Arnotti, Pasquale Ronca, Samuel Stavali, Luca Androzzi, and Simeone Canfora, I think it is. They are racing currently in the 66 Aston Martin, and looking good for their race so far. We also have the Sakella Racing Team. They've had a bit of bad luck today, but I think they're currently somewhere down near the back. So the Sakella Race Team, currently sat in P25. They again have an 8-man roster. So Francesco Schibetta, Daniel Greco, Cristiano Lesti, Andrea Pupo, Francesco Flameno, Salvatore Buccieri, Mattia Marinago, and Vincenzo Cipala. So yeah, they're currently in P25. I know they've had a few disconnects today, so good luck to them in future races, but this one hasn't gone their way. Next up is the Evandro Endurance team. They've had quite a good race today. They are currently sat in P8, 15 seconds off of P7, the AXRL Nova Sport team. Slowly going about their business. They have a 5-man team. They have Joshua Avandro, Scott Dodds, Jake Garrett, Ewan Small, and Jack Stegall in their number number 720 McLaren. So moving on to the K1 Esports team, currently leading the race. I know everyone's got a bit of a buzz around here. I think in the chat, Phantom is saying that they are number one by raw pace. But they've led a few laps out there, and they're having a good race so far as we go into the 2-hour mark. Their team only has 4 drivers. They have Archie Bowen, Mackenzie Burton, Michael Rushton, and GT3 Elite. Currently having a good race out there, like I said, in P1. Is Archie Bowen out there at the minute. The number 65 Ford Mustang is having a good race, and we'll see if they can finish off with a nice podium. Next is Made for Racing, which is one of the Porsche teams. They're currently down in 17th place, 1.7 seconds off of P16. Made for Racing is made up of 4 drivers: Ethan Dixon, Nathan Barnett, Ben Malouf, and Jack Barker. The number 5 Porsche, like I said, having a good race so far, has the easily potential to finish in the top 20. They're doing quite well in the Porsche battle as well. Obviously, it is the Dutch Data Racing team that are running away, but they are beating the Humble guys at the minute. Moving on to the Phoenix Endurance Racing team. I think they were somewhere down at the back as well. Yeah, currently P23, 21 seconds off of DAC Motorsport. The Phoenix Endurance team are made up of 4 drivers, which are Josh Harris, Josh Pearson, Will Garwood, and Rigo Campos. The number 54 Ferrari, like I said, not having a great race today, but they have had a few good overtakes and a bit of good battling out there, so I do think they have the potential to break into top 20 in future races. Full Throttle Racing are next. They are currently sat in P21 with another drive-through penalty, unfortunate for them. They are made up of 4 drivers as well. It was Connor Kuzalek, Senan Stally, Tyler Lansdale, and Matt Simmons make up that team. Then the number 96 Full Throttle Racing. I feel like they have good pace, but they've just been let down by a lot of drive-through penalties today, so watch out for them in the future. Glory to Ukraine was the next team out there. I don't know if Glory to Ukraine are even racing out there today, are they? I haven't seen their team name out there, and I haven't seen the driver names either. I don't think they are racing, so I'm going to skip past them. Next is the ERD GXRS team. They have got quite a 6-man roster. Where are they currently sat? They were having a half decent race, I believe. There you go. They're currently in P9, 13 seconds off of P8 United E-Racing. Their team, like I said, is made up of 6 drivers: Daniel Wheel, Jaden Lee Sundercall, Mark Fuchs, Gary Holcomb, Tom Grantham, and James Stewart make up that team. They are currently sat in P9, looking good for a top 10 finish. They have the chance to maybe make it better for themselves today. So it is Grantham currently in the car at the minute, so wish them all the best in the following races. Plus Ultra Competition is the next team. They are also somewhere in that battle, I believe. They moved down a little bit. Where are they? They're down in currently P16, chasing down the Razorbacks in P15. They're 11 seconds back. They have a 7-man roster. It is Daniel Orviz, Jaro Lebron, Moses Thesaurus, I can't remember pronounce his name, Raymond Hernandez, Angel Gonzalez Fernandez, Alexander Rodrigo, and Santi Martin make up that Spanish team. And then it is next, one of the teams of the day, United E-Racing. United E-Racing currently in 8th place. It is Tremblay back in the car. They are looking to chase down Evandro Enduro to maybe take 7th place. They have a 6-man roster in the number 29 Ferrari. They have Shane Tremblay currently racing the car right now. They have Bill Gallo, Nick Rourke, Robert Rush, Leandarius Lewandowski and Grant Gregory in their team. Yeah, having a good race for them so far. DAC Motorsport is up next. DAC are currently somewhere down in the back. They're currently sat in P23, only 3.5 seconds off of the back of the Phoenix Endurance team, so they're still in a hunt for another position. Every single position has points. They have a 7-man roster. They have James Wiseman, Alex Johnson, Andrew Lowe, Chris Rains, Scott Pritchard, Matt Sykes and Christian Little make up that team there. You can see it's Christian Little in the team currently. Yeah, so I think, is that everyone we've covered? Yeah, so that is, I believe that is everyone on the team. So it's 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28. So there are 28 teams in total. The only team that looks like they've missed out today are the Glory to Ukraine team. So we have almost had, so we have 28 sign-ups in this race, and we've had pretty much every single one of them, turn up other than one race. We're covered by a lot of different nations as well. We have Netherlands, Belgium, UK, Czech Republic, Spain, America, Australia, Ireland. We have Italy. Was that New Zealand as well? Ukraine, and then Spain. So yeah, quite a few different countries all being represented in here in this championship as well. Good news for United E-Racing, because Evandro Enduro have got a drive-through penalty, and that might mean, so they are performing it now, but obviously it's just going to help them close the gap to that driver there. We've introduced all the teams. We'll go back to the chat, and we can see it's Pat Spence saying go DAC. Yeah, we just covered them on the driver intros. I did say I was going to cover all the teams. I will try and do that every race as well. But we are now into the business end of today's endurance series. Probably, everyone will be starting to do their next pit stops now, and then obviously we'll have one last probably pit stop run between the 1 hour and 45 minutes to go, and then obviously that's when we'll know where people are pretty much going to be finishing up in today's race. But it is still K1 Esports out there, and actually if you look at this now, like I said, TME Racing are falling back a little bit here, so they are now 14 seconds off of the back of Badali, and obviously then there's about another 7 seconds up to first one K1 Esports, so they're almost about 21, 22 seconds back. Obviously, I know when you pit, it'll be probably over a minute 15, I think. So they'll still be miles ahead when they do come out the pits. So, but it's by no means over, is what we're saying here, because obviously there still is opportunity for potentially Ricard to make a mistake here. But it looks like drivers from DR1, they're 22 seconds behind as well. So there obviously seems to be some sort of split strategies here, because obviously it looks like these three drivers at the front, so DRS, Team Italia, SWR and K1 Esports, they're all doing like a different kind of stint plan here. So I'll see how that stacks up as when we go into the last hour. But as I said, I keep an eye on my main man in the driver room, DRO2. He is currently in P24. I think that's where he's been pretty much since we've been covering him. But I know he has closed the gap on the drivers ahead. But obviously, I think he's just waiting for a few mistakes to happen in order for him to be able to catch up. Little here trying to chase down Garwood for the Phoenix Endurance team. Like I said, this is a potential opportunity to get another position in the race. They're only 3 seconds back. There's also obviously Dixon here is trying to chase down the Spanish team here to take what would be 16th place. The Porsche looking pretty racy. Do we think, guys, that the TME Racing team are going to win this race, or do we think there's going to be an outside chance that someone else is going to take it? The Porsche right up behind the Ford Mustang. Can they make a move? Have they got the ability to do so? Like I said, we do know that Ford Mustang is just mightily in too mighty in sector 2. So if they are going to make a move, it is in the sector 3 and sector 1. So they sort of catch up, and they just cannot get the move done. As I say that, they are going to try and look like they're going to lunge down the inside. It's a late breaking move, and Dixon tries to go down the inside. They have a little tap there, but they are still side by side. They will get the inside line for the next corner, and that will allow them to make the move. But obviously, the question will be is can the Plus Ultra team get back through going down the main straight, because we do know that the car does have better straight line speed. That Porsche was a great aggressive overtake by Dixon, but it is Orviz in the car that will potentially now close down that Porsche and make the move back. You can see them closing down already. He's just trying to break the turbo, weaving a bit left, weaving a bit right, but it is getting closer and closer and closer. Let's see if he can get the move done. He does go on the outside. Can he pin that Ford Mustang around the outside here? Looks like he can get the move done before the corner. The Porsche is going to hold the inside line. The Ford Mustangers can hold that straight line speed around the outside. But the Porsche, with the better sort of handling, we would say, the agility, he dived in too late into that last corner there. Now the Mustang is going to hold the inside line again. The Porsche has held strong, and Dixon's managed to make that move stick. I thought they were going to lose that place back, but it looks like... yeah, it looks like the Porsche is going to make that move done. That's a P16. Great overtake by them there. So Jack in the chat saying... Yeah, so Jack said, so I don't know if that raw pace thing was a bit of a joke, so Jack, I'm not sure if they legitimately think they're going to do you on raw pace. I'm pretty sure when you get back in the car, you said you're going to be the fastest driver out there. Oh, interestingly though, Badali is catching up with Androzzi in the SWR. Only 1.6 seconds back now, and they potentially have an opportunity to pass SWR for that podium spot. But like I said, it is a bit of a mixed bag, because obviously the Ricard in the TME car, although he is now 17 seconds back here, so I don't know if he's holding on the pace of... He's 21, 22, yeah, so he's still 22 seconds. So it's just basically the DRS Team Italia car pulling away from the TME racing car, but obviously, but catching up the SWR, but no one else is actually, but the TME racing car is holding out the pace of the leader. So although those cars in second and third are moving around, first to fourth, it isn't changing at all. It's still about 22 seconds back. And obviously, as we know, the pit stop is well over a minute, so it will still be it will still be TME racing in the lead by some margin when all the rest of the pit stops have stopped. Even with that drive-through penalty, United E-Racing is still 27 seconds back from Evandro Enduro, so they're having a great race, Evandro. At one point, they looked like they were like a steady mid-table team, and they've actually ended up being like contenders to potentially finish in the top 5 here, so fantastic driving by them. It was also worth mentioning that the SRC Motorsport car is now only 3.8 seconds back off of the Laser Squad in 11th place. So if the SRC Motorsport team managed to somehow get themselves back up into the top 10 following their DC, that would be an impressive recovery drive by them. So really, really good driving there. It is still, look at this, the Ford Mustang is still putting pressure on the Porsche to try and get back past. The Porsche are doing everything it can to hold off, so it's just all the Ford needs to do is just do well around sector 1, get close down that straight, and then as long as they can get a good run out of that left-hander onto the straight, they should be able to make the move done. Little in the DAC Motorsport car has taken a second out of the Phoenix Endurance Racing team, and they're now only 2 seconds off of the back of that, or less than 2 seconds now, back from the 22nd place car. So this could be a really good opportunity for them to make up a position in this race. I think he will get that move done probably in a lap or two. We can see there is a pit window open, so I presume that means there's no pit stops on the last lap, although I don't think you want to be pitting on the last lap of an endurance race. What we're going to start seeing now, guys, is people are going to start going into their last kind of stint plans now. So basically, most teams will want to put their fastest driver in for the last hour, or give or take a little bit, but what they want to do is make sure they don't underfuel the car, because obviously it's always easy if you make a mistake throughout the endurance race and you put maybe 2 laps less fueling, because obviously you can just come in the pits 2 laps early, right? But you can't make those mistakes on the last stint. So it's so the driver in the car now has got the hardest job. They've got to make sure they fuel the car correctly, make sure that they don't get any kind of stop and go 30 penalties on the last stint, and obviously they want to make sure that the car is all set up correctly for that final stint. There's been so many times I've seen in the past where on the last stint of a 6-hour or a 12-hour whatever endurance race, a car runs out of fuel in the last couple of laps and has to go in the pits for like a little splash and dash, and that ruins everyone's races. So really got to be smart, and obviously I'm sure the team managers and all the drivers will all be talking to the drivers in the cars now, saying make sure you add an extra 5-10 litres just to sort of play it safe, because you don't want to be making those mistakes and ruining your race coming into the last minute. Interestingly though, Blackwing here are only a half a minute behind 26th place Puff Puff past you. So for all of their sins and obviously the Blackwings race today, they have the potential to get themselves off of 27th place. So they're only half a minute down, like I said. So they do have a chance, Blackwing, to actually not finish last in this race. So if they can just put some good stints together, so they're only half a minute behind. So yeah, we'll see how that goes on. And we can see now that Little is now only 1.5 seconds behind the 22nd place Phoenix Endurance team. So there's going to be an overtake coming up shortly there, I believe. And as well, Plus Ultra says still trying to chase down that Porsche, trying to maintain a second. I said it's all good and well. I said that Porsche getting past. I said it can't pull away because of the straight line advantage that Ford Mustang has. Also worth mentioning as well, the AXRL Nova Sport, are only 2.1 seconds behind United E-Racing. So that battle between Evandro, United E-Racing and AXRL has been going on all day, and AXRL has the chance to take the race to United E-Racing. And yeah, we'll see if United E-Racing in Tremblay can defend. We can now see that TME Racing has fallen back to 20 seconds off of the lead. They're now 26 seconds back. All this means is when like Bowen and Androzzi and Badalia all go in the pits for their last kind of like stint pit stops, it just means that Durica obviously will the gap was when Sejek. I can't remember his name now. Sejek. Well, you have to tell me how to pronounce your name properly. I don't know how it is. But basically, when he comes back in the car, he will not have a bigger gap as he left. Obviously, when he first got out of the car after his 2-hour stint, he had a 30-second lead. I don't know if it'll be 30 seconds when he gets back in the car for the last stint. But at some point, I imagine these drivers are going to have to pit at the front. I don't know how much fuel they've got left in their cars. After 131 laps, it is still Bowen that is leading the way, with, like I said, Androzzi in second and Badalia in third. But it is obviously the net pit leader is the TME Racing, so I think this will show in the last pit stops. Unless, and this is, I'm just going to throw this one out here, unless the K1 Esports car has unless the K1 Esports car has set up in a way that they can maybe go for another half an hour. I doubt they can, and then obviously they can just do one last pit stop. But need to go back to the AXRL Nova Sport race here, because they are right up on the rear of Tremblay in the United E-Racing 29 Ferrari. They've been catching up slowly, and now they are. You can see that they can see that Ferrari in the distance, and this is an opportunity to gain a really good position in this race. This battle has been going on for some time now. I don't know what their stint plan is, so I don't know if obviously one of them is heavier than the other. But at the minute, as we can see, go back to here, so we can see now that the leader of this race has now pitted. He is in the pits, and that will give you an idea then of where he comes out in relation to TME Racing and in relation to Driver's Room. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But let's just go back to the AXRL race, because they are the team that are trying to take position on 7th place. Mr. Undead saying, how's the race been so far to watch? I didn't even see your message there. Sorry, Undead, I didn't even realise that. I'm bumbling along, so I'm sure you guys are probably getting fed up. But obviously it is almost midnight. I have been on this broadcast since 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. I can't remember what time it was, but Feels like an eternity, but we've still got an hour and 40 minutes left. We're going to go on for a while now, but yeah, this one here is looking quite close now. So this is going to be Manuel making a move on Tremblay soon. It may well be down this straight now. But yeah, guys, it'd be good to get your feedback in the chat as well. Like, yeah, drop a message, let me know how the stream's going, how you're enjoying it, or, you know, any kind of what your highlights are so far, any predictions. Chuck some things in the chat, we've got some things to talk about. But yeah, Manuel here right on the back of that Ferrari. I don't think he's going to make a move. It's starting to get dark here, you can see. I reckon next time round they are going to get that position done. This is, AXRL versus United E-Racing. Big battle here. Ferrari versus McLaren. And actually, just to mention back at the front as well, I will just... it's tough here because we've got first versus second here as well. It looks like the McLaren has got that move done. There you go. So AXRL gets past Tremblay. United E-Racing move down to 8th. AXRL move up to 7th. And that was a good little overtake there. But back up at the front, this is the DRS Team Italia trying to chase down SWR for first and second. Obviously, it is TME Racing that will have the net lead. But it is also mentioning down here, that we do have a drive-through penalty for the Mustang team of Too Slow Racing. Also, just ahead of them as well, actually, we have Van Lock in the car for the Humble guys. They've either just lost that place to Lingard, or they're chasing down Lingard 1.6 seconds back. But a lot of stuff happening all around the field. DAC Motorsport just in behind their rivals here, Phoenix Endurance. In the chat saying you're doing awesome, thank you so much for helping us out tonight, you are an absolute legend. I try. My voice is slowly going, I can feel it straining, and I've still got another hour stint to do at the end. I'm going to probably pause for half an hour at 1 hour and 30 minutes and then come back on with an hour to go. Duffy saying been watching from the start, been amazing broadcast, great job. That is a commitment from you, Duffy, to sit there and watch the whole of the 4.5 hours. But yeah, it's Pat saying you're doing a great job, a long broadcast, but maintain the quality. I'm trying to. I said I've got another Monster Energy drink in the fridge, and I'm going to smack that down in about 8 minutes time, and then probably not going to have a sleep tonight once the race is over, but it's all good. And then we have. I can't read Italian. I'm not sure what Scabafra is saying, but I presume he's talking about DRS Team Italia at the front, just taking the lead of this race. I presume that's what he's clapping. So the DRS Team Italia now in the lead. Badalia has taken over from Androzzi, and he is now, I think that's 2 Italian teams potentially taking over. Brian saying show the 29 for a bit if you don't mind. I think we were just covering Tremblay for quite a while. Have you just tuned in? I was going to say, because that Tremblay AXRL battle we were showing for the last few laps here. So Tremblay has just lost that position to AXRL Nova Sport. It was a overtake that took a few laps to do, and now the AXRL team is pulling away from Tremblay here, but Tremblay is doing his best to keep up with that McLaren. He has a 13-second buffer to the ERD GXRS racing team behind. It is Grantham in the car. We do know he's a fast driver. But Tremblay here doing his best to be fair, I think I speak for the United E-Racing team here, but I'm pretty sure they would be buzzing the top 10 finish, as is a lot. Anyone that finishes in endurance racing in the top 10 should be buzzing. We can see Pat Spencer and been flicking between this and the DAC team's broadcast and the Daytona 24 hours, so it's been a busy night trying to keep track of everything. Yeah, I'm sure it has been. The DAC racing team are doing quite well, so they're in 23rd, I believe. They are trying to chase down. It looks like they are right behind now the driver of the Phoenix Endurance team. Ferrari on Ferrari, 54 versus 48, but it does look like the DAC Motorsport car is the driver that is on the, in the ascendancy, shall we say. He is doing well and trying to close down that gap to overtake that car. I think that is just a matter of laps now before that driver takes the position. But the news at the front, like I said, is that the DRS Team Italia did take the lead of the race, but they are now going in the pits. SWR are staying out. And with 1 hour and 35 minutes left, I think most of these cars can put 90 minutes of fuel in. So it does make you wonder if the cars coming in the pits now, if they're going to pit twice, or whether they're just going to do one big long stint at the end. I'm curious now to see how that strategy plays out. You can see that the K1 Esports car has come out 21 seconds behind the driver in 4th place, who's actually then in turn 43 seconds behind the 2nd place car. So actually I think TME Racing are going to be miles ahead once everyone else has finally done their pit stops. Teams, so T-Scanline here and the Laser Squad team I think they've just lost that position to SRC Motorsport. SRC Motorsport have now made themselves up into P11. Duffy saying, yeah, got my team. SRC Motorsport glitched at the end of the first stint, but the team have done an amazing job pulling places back. Still a bit to go, hopefully more places too. And as that message came in, you can see that SRC have moved up into P11, and they have only 20 seconds to go to close down on the Too Slow Racing team of Ingham. Unfortunately for Plus Ultra Competition, they have just received a drive-through penalty, which means that the Humble guys in 18th place and maybe even Lingard of the Too Slow Racing Ferrari have the potential now to take that place off of them, and that'll be a bit of battling ahead. Just running here with the Razorbacks, they're 1.3 seconds back off of 13th place, the Too Slow Racing team McLaren, so let's see if they can get that move done. K1 Archie saying, I finished my quad stint. Well done, Archie. Which team were you racing for? You have to let me know your surname, because I think that's the only way I can run it on there. Had to wait in the pits for 2 minutes for no reason. Great recovery from 26 so far. On to the next car we go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you've only got about 19 seconds to go to get up to the next car. So I think you have it's 18 and a half seconds now. So you've clearly already got the pace to catch up with Ingham in that Too Slow Racing McLaren. I presume you've got one stint left, as is everybody. So yeah, I think SRC have definitely got a great chance of potentially getting into the top 10 here. Archie saying, I'm racing for K1 Esports. Oh, of course you are, yeah, you've got K1 in your name. So yeah, I think you're potentially on for a podium. You've got 2 seconds to go on the DRS Team Italia, but obviously they look like they've got a good bit of pace today. So I think that might be the podium battle there. Well, obviously you've got the driver's room here. They're 18 seconds. But I don't know if they have to pit again, and obviously SWR now in the pits as well, so, or they're coming out of the pits now, so should we say. So that leaves TME Racing back in the lead, miles ahead of everyone else, and then we can see that the driver's room is there through as well, actually. DRS Team Italia coming down the pit straight now, and SWR coming out of the pit. So you can see this is the main battle for the last podium spots. So it looks like TME Racing, obviously with one pit stop to go, have potentially got this race in the bag. It is driver's room that will have that second place, and then it is SWR, DRS Team Italia, and K1 Esports. This is the battle for the last podium spot. This is the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place battle. So K1 Esports, you know, Archie, you've done that good stint, and you've left your team in a good position. Rushton, we know, is a good driver, and Rushton though, isn't he part of SRC racing for K1? Not good, but yeah, you guys have a great chance to get on a podium today, but you will have to make that move on track if you are going to get that job done. Shepard saying, had that one at Spa, so I'm just kind of made a mistake, they didn't over the car. Okay. Yeah, I had that one. But yeah, so obviously, yeah, so that is annoying. Obviously, what you don't want to do is go in the pits twice. If you accidentally forget to hand over the car, you have to stay out there for longer. But okay, so what we have here is DRS Team Italia, 20 seconds off of 2nd place. Actually, is that right? So we have, okay, so Dorico, who's in the car, has a 16-second gap on driver's room. Okay, so obviously we did say it was it was almost a minute at one point. It's now down to 15 seconds. They only have a 20-second gap over 3rd place DRS Team Italia, who only has a 2-second gap over 4th place, and then obviously SWR is only 3.6 seconds back from that. So those top 5, it could still go either way here. Obviously we know that Sajek has still got to come back in the car in the last hour. We know he's mightily fast, but yeah, I don't know how to call it with these top 5 drivers, but there's a lot still to be done there. Tremblay doing a good job here as well, trying to keep up with AXRL Nova Sport. It looks like the AXRL driver at the minute does have the pace over Tremblay, but Tremblay is doing a double stint at the end, so we'll keep an eye on that one. And Scanlon here is not letting SRC Motorsport escape without a fight. It'd be interesting to see how fast Skeen is now. He was 18.5 seconds behind Ingham. He is now 17.5 seconds. So SRC are coming for you too slow. Back up at the back, obviously we keep an eye on our man at driver's room here, so it is still in P24. Ogtrop doing his best here. We know he's going to be in the car for 2 hours. He is trying his best to catch up with the drivers ahead. Yeah, Little has caught up with the Phoenix team, but he can't get that move done, and Full Throttle, who have now gone back in the pits and changed their drivers, are 5.7 seconds back, and they will come back through and probably take those positions back. Actually, then Rushton joined K1 about 4 or 5 months ago, but he is an admin for SRC. Okay, cool. Well, we do know Rushton's a good driver, so I think he will put in a good stint for you here. He is currently 2.7 seconds off of Martini in the DRS Team Italia car, so this will be where it is. Like I said, it's 3 seconds separating you from a podium place in the inaugural race. But yeah, I'll take this opportunity now, like I said, whilst this is all unfolding, to take my last break, and then I'll come back on in the last hour to run you into the final part of the race. But yeah, thank you for keeping with me, guys, and I said I'll be back in half an hour, but obviously I will keep the stream going anyway. So thank you, and I'll speak again soon. Hey everyone, we are back for the final hour, and it is rather fitting that at 34 minutes past midnight in England or United Kingdom, we are also in the darkness at Paul Ricard. So we have been racing now for 5 hours, and we are now into the business end of the race. 1 hour remaining. Most drivers, or some drivers, have already started their last stint. A lot of the drivers still have to do their last pit stop, so there'll be one last sort of tyre change, fuel up for the end of the race, and potentially one last driver change, and then that is it. And obviously then it's just a straight 1 hour sprint race essentially. As I alluded to earlier, I said the one thing you have to be careful of is make sure you fuel your car to last you to the end of the race, because what you don't want to do after 6 hours of grueling racing is to miss out on finishing the race by 1 lap. So it is TME Racing have pulled in the big guns for the last stint. Patrick Sajek is back in the number 13 Ford Mustang. He is already starting to claw back some of the time. Just before the last driver went back in the pits to give him over the reins for the last stint, I think the driver's room DRO1 caught up to the point where they were only 5 seconds off the back of the car, but you can now see it's already up to 15 seconds. So Patrick Sajek, one of the fastest drivers on ACC console, is showing why he is one of the best. I think bar any crazy incidents with back markers or a mistake, I think TME are looking good for the first win of the season. Like I said, Paul Ricard is quite a good track in regards to there being so much runoff, very little opportunities to write the car off. People may not be so lucky in future races. Like I said, we have got 12 races over 12 months, but for the first race of the season, it's quite an easy one to keep the car on the track. And even if you don't keep the car on the track, you're pretty much safe because there's so much runoff here. So TME Racing, bar any crazy crashes, are looking like they're on course to get the maiden victory in the proper one. The rest of the podium is still up for grabs. I think DRS Team Italia are really having a good second half of this race, and I think they're probably looking good for a P2 finish here. At one point, K1 Esports were, they were 2.5 seconds off the back of the DRS Team Italia, and in Rushton's stint for K1, I think he's now fallen back to, as you can see, 38 seconds off of the DRS Team Italia team. So obviously, Mitini, he has had a good stint here and managed to eke out that gap. Avandro and Joro, worth mentioning, probably one of the teams of the day. They're currently sat in P3. Obviously, they haven't pitted yet, so when they do pit, they'll probably be somewhere. I think they're net P6. AXRL obviously had a good stint earlier on and took the position off of United E-Racing. And obviously we'll just see how Tremblay can handle that last stint. Obviously there's still, like I said, a lot of drivers. This order's not 100% at the top because obviously there's still a lot of last pit stops to be done. SRC, I think they're still net 11th. I think their race is with Too Slow Racing in P8 currently. That is for, I think, the 10th place position. 2 back-to-back drive-throughs here as well, as we were saying this as well. So Lingard for Too Slow Racing has got a drive-through penalty, and so has Plus Ultra Competition. So both those drivers, I mean, you're going to see a lot of drive-throughs in the last hour as well, just from being tired, and also just generally because it's just obviously, when you're racing for 6 hours, you're bound to have a few, off-track infringements now and again. So what is another interesting one to talk about as well, actually, is right at the back, right at the back, Blackwing Motorsport have been sat in P27 for 5 hours. They've been at the back there, and slowly and quietly they've just been creeping away at it, but Blackwing have now got themselves within 5.7 seconds of the Puff Past You team, and they have an opportunity with 54 minutes to go to potentially after literally 5 hours to potentially steal away 26th place off of the Puff team and end the race not even as the last driver out there, which would be an insane little feat, because obviously it's very easy to just give up when you're last, whatever, and you're miles behind. But they were so far behind. I think they were even a lap down from everyone, and they have just slowly gone about their business, and they said they're now, we'll keep an eye on that one, but they're now only 5 seconds off the back. So yeah, we'll see how that one pans out later on. But you can see that Evandro and Jora, they're now only 3.7 seconds off the back of K1 Esports. And I think K1 Esports and Evandro both have to pit again. So this is potentially, an opportunity for Evandro to move up to maybe P5 in this race once obviously all the pit stops have happened. SWR as well. I don't necessarily know exactly where they are in this race. Like I said, I think they're probably P4, P5 as well. So we will have to say, with 53 minutes to go, it's starting to get to the point where, as you can see now, Evandro are pitting. So I think Evandro, are in the pits now, but I do think K1 and DRS Team Italia both have to still pit. Now, it is worth mentioning as well, because see, positions mean points, and it is quite brutal at the top. So if you finish first, you do get 66 points as a team, and if you finish in 10th, you get 33 points. So there is a 33 point difference between first and 10th, and that's funny because there is only a 32 point difference between 10th and 30th. So when I talk about making sure you get your team in the top 10, that's where the main points are. Okay, so if you can finish in the top 10, that's where you're going to remain competitive in the championship. obviously, like I said, from 1st to 10th there's a huge jump. So like, 10th to 9th is 3 points, and then it goes up by 3 points all the way up, and then it goes up to 5 points, and then 6 points. So it's 6 points between 1st and 2nd, 5 points between 2nd and 3rd, 4 points between 3rd and 4th, and then it goes down to 3 points all the way down to 10th place. And then obviously, down in the bottom end of the table, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to 10. So if you finish like 21st to 30th, you're just keeping yourself in the hunt. Obviously, if you can get yourself in between 10th place and 20th place, there's at least a good 20 points in it for you. And like I said, then the top 10 is where you really start to maximise your return in regards to the points haul you can have. So so it looks like TME Racing, they are on course to potentially score 66 points today, which is going to be a huge start to the championship for them. But remember, this is a 12 race over 12-month championship, so we're not going to crown a winner until December 2025. So you're going to have to tune in every single month for the whole year if you want to keep tabs of I think this is the first ever proper one championship. So it is, I would say it's been a resounding success as the first race of the season goes, but we've got a long way to go. We can now see as well that, to be fair, DAC Motorsport has been chasing down Phoenix for what seems like a very long time, and that drive-through penalty might be the difference maker in regards to helping them catch up here. You can now see as well that Blackwing Motorsport has now got the gap down to 4.1 seconds to catch up with Puff Racing. Sam currently in the car at the minute. This is a battle for what would be 26th and 27th, but like I said, Blackwing have been in 27th for 5 hours, so for them to just knuckle down and get that position back after 5 hours of constant driving, that's a fantastic effort by them. Let's have a look at SWR now closing down. I think Evandro's come back out the pits just ahead of the SWR team, so that is a great bit of news for Evandro, because Evandro were like net 6th, but I think they might potentially now get past SWR and K1 Esports, which could mean that they have an outside chance of sneaking a podium at the last minute. We have Visors in the chat saying about to fight for 26th. Think it is worth a watch. Number 76. That is Visors. What I've been covering a little bit for the last 5 minutes or so. So we have got a bit of a build-up going, but we do know that Blackwing, like I said, 2.1 seconds now. So they have been, like I said, battling hard for 5 hours straight. They've managed to catch up all the way up to the back of the 26th place car, and with 50 minutes to go, so 5 hours in racing, they've managed to close this gap now. And in the darkness of Paul Ricard, this is a lovely track in the dark, by the way, but in the darkness of Paul Ricard, they have now closed that gap down, and they have an opportunity probably in the next 1 or 2 laps to take back a position and not finish in 27th place, which would be an amazing achievement. Visors confirming, like I said, so I knew they were definitely a lap down, but he said they're about 3 laps down at one point. So just the sheer determination from Blackwing to claw this back is astonishing. Like I said, with 50 minutes to go, and they have a great chance, like I said, not only to pass them, but then to move themselves up the road a little bit. Puff doing all they can to hold on to this position, but it will be Blackwing that will take it. You can see that's the Ferrari ahead of them, so it has been a long time since anyone on the Blackwing team has looked out at the front windscreen of their car and seen the fact that the car in front of them is actually for position. So I bet this is where the old heart's going to start racing. Your palms are going to start getting sweaty. You're going to start realizing that this actually means something now. You're catching up with a car. This is a point on the table. Like I said, this adds an extra point, which could be the difference maker in the championship come the end of the year. But look at this, they're closing every single corner. They're getting closer and closer and closer. I wonder if he's going to get this move done right here on the straight. We're going to stay with this one. See, it's not always about the action at the front, guys. We are literally here with an epic overtake, 26th versus 27th. And this has been 5 hours in the making, and we've finally got it. So fair play to Blackwing. Like I said, it's so easy to just give up when you're at the back, but these guys have dug deep. They are now looking at a legitimate overtake. They've clawed back 4 seconds over the last couple of laps, and I think it may well be the next lap where they're going to get this move done. They're right up on the back of that Ferrari. I know Sam's going to be looking in his rearview mirror. I'm sure their teams will be like, come on, don't let that BMW pass. But look, Vochabek has got so much more confidence as he's now, he's pulled right up on the back of that car here. And it's, you can see that BMW luring in the background, the lights on it. It's getting so dark here now at Paul Ricard, or you can see the stars in the sky, and that BMW is desperate to make this move, and I'm sure that Sam at the puff past you is going to be holding on, putting every single ounce of energy he's got into that car to try and stop this BMW from passing. But like I said, it doesn't always have to be about the action at the front. The action at the back is just as interesting. So look at this, the BMW is right up on the gearbox now of that McLaren. It can't be long now before he can get that move done. We'll ride with the front of the car here. So I reckon this time around, if he can get a good exit out of sector 1, like I said, onto the left-hander, go onto the long straight, he just needs to make sure he stays, keeps the car smooth, doesn't scrub any speed. He's now clawed back another 0.8 of a second there, and he's right up behind. So like I said, it's all going to be about the exit out of the left-hander coming out of the bottom of sector 1. So here we go. So it's about sort of trying to be aggressive. He doesn't want to get too close now and get scrub speed from the dirty air. You say he's got a good line. He's gone out wide. He's hit the apex. Now he just needs, like I said, this is about it. You don't need to scrub any speed here. You want to just make sure you keep it nice and smooth. You see a little bit of a wobble there, and that traction difference might save the Ferrari for one more lap. So it's it's obviously, you can see the way that BMW just wobbled out of that corner, and it may well be that it may have to be one more lap before they get this move done. But the BMW is right up behind that Ferrari, and this is that Ferrari. So I think it was just that little exit, just the exit of that corner has just stopped him from being able to get the move done. So just the Ferrari had better traction, and that's all he needed to maintain the lead. But we'll stay with this one now because you say it's been going on for so long. We'll stay with it and just give these guys at the back a bit of screen time. Yeah, advisor of the chat saying Sam and Vochabek did the 24 hours of Spa together and it didn't go well. Could call it a reunion fight. Exactly right. And as you can see, the BMW has now got that move done. He has passed down the inside, and that is the 27th place BMW moving up to 26th place. They are 6 laps down in this race, but that doesn't mean that the fight has gone out of the cars, and that is a great move. I'm sure everyone at Blackwing's going to be buzzing with that overtake. That is one position moved up the order. As they cross the line, that's going to move them up to 26th place. And one overtake there. Great driving by those guys. Well done. We're back up at the front. Patrick is now in second place. He has 42-second deficit on the DRS Team Italia team, but we do know that it's about 1 minute 15, 1 minute 20 when you do come in the pits. So that means that Sajek probably will be 20 to 30 seconds clear when the pit stops have finished. Rushton here is still in third place, but obviously he has yet to pit. So I do think it'll be driver's room and maybe even Evandro. This is Evandro have just quietly gone about their business as well. And at one point they were like, I swear, with halfway through the race they were like up in like P15 or something like that, and I was like, oh yeah, they're having a great little midfield battle here. And somehow Evandro may just be sneaking in to potentially getting themselves on the podium here, which would be a bit crazy. So we can see Simon in saying Forza SWR. Looks like they're going in the pits for their final stop of the day. So I presume that means Evandro still has to pit as well. We have 44 minutes left of the business end of this race. We can see that DAC Motorsport have got a drive-through penalty. So we did say about Phoenix getting a drive-through penalty, and that allowed them to get through. And now DAC have just gone and repaid the favour and given a drive-through penalty back, which means Phoenix will get that place back. So that must be frustrating for them. Oliver here in the driver's room car. There was only 7.1 seconds off the back of the Phoenix team. So we do know, obviously, so they have a potential to maybe move themselves off of 24th place, which they have been sat for a long time now. And AXRL as well, the team from Australia, must be getting into their lunchtime where they are. They have been in a battle with United E-Racing for pretty much the entire race today, and there is still only 5 seconds separating them after all this time. So it just depends whether Tremblay or Nielsen can put a best stint in together for the final 43 minutes. But we do have. I don't know if SRC now are actually legitimately in the top 10 now as well, because it looks like they've got past Too Slow Racing. So that means I think SRC have done a great recovery drive and are now legitimately in the top 10. It also looks like the United E-Racing car of Tremblay is actually catching up with the AXRL Nova Sport car. So where they lost out about an hour ago, they are slowly clawing that one back. So this United E-Racing AXRL battle is not going to be over yet, and there's a lot of points on the board as potentially for them to steal. We're still waiting to sort of work out where the final stints are and where cars are actually placed. Like I said, we do know that TME Racing are actually legitimately in first, obviously net first. I think K1 Esports still have to pit one more time. I think DRS still have to pit one more time. I think Drivers Room have done their last stop, and I think probably Evandro have to pit again as well. So I don't necessarily, or they might not have to pit again, but so Evandro, like I said, might have an outside chance as he goes wide there actually. So he's just a little momentary lapse of concentration. He does have the leader behind him, so maybe that was just causing him to sort of not focus a little bit. Or sorry, the net leader behind him, but or was it the leader behind him? So yeah, so it might have actually been the McLaren. But yeah, so Evandro needs to sort of stay focused here because he doesn't want to make any mistakes, because he does have an outside chance of a podium. Back up at the back, you can see that Langley here is trying to chase down Full Throttle Racing. This is a battle for 20th and 21st. The Ford Mustang here is just trying to close him down. This is like Ford Mustang in 19th, 20th and 21st. So they've all got the same machinery. We'll have to see how they can get on. Do we have any predictions in the chat of who we think is going to get the final podium spot? It looks like it's going to be TME Racing to get first place. It looks like maybe potentially Drivers Room in second. I think it's going to be between Drivers Room, DRS Team Italia, obviously K1 Esports, and maybe Evandro. I thought SWR were going to be in that hunt as well, but I don't know if they've had to do an extra pit stop or something. I'm not really sure what's gone on there, because they were right up with the rest of the cars, but I'm sure it'll all settle itself out eventually. I always find it hard to believe that if you think, you've been racing for 5 hours and 20 minutes and you're literally 2.8 seconds behind a driver, you'd think after so many hours there'd be such a gap between everyone, but there's such competitive racing all down the field. It's just crazy, like how it's just, these drivers, they just stay close together like so consistently. And even with driver swaps and stuff, everyone just stays on the same sort of pace, and it just creates such good action. Like I said, then this isn't even one of the best tracks for overtakes and action either. We've got so many good tracks coming up. Like I said, I think we're going to see a lot more crashes, a lot more cars going in for repairs and stuff in future races. This is, like I said, as races go, one of the most boring tracks for entertainment, and actually it's been really, really good race. Just goes to show you that how good the Sim Racing Club have done in recruiting the best teams for this championship. And I think if we can keep this whole group together, I think everyone will provide a really good show all the way through this 12-month calendar. And I think we if you are watching this today and you're thinking, oh god, I'd love to get involved, I think there are places left in the championship, so you can still make up so join in the race and get involved in the future races. Because even if you joined in race 2, you'd only be 66 points off of the lead. So, and we can now see the DRS Team Italia are in the pits, which does mean that TME Racing are coming around now. So you can see that the DRS Team Italia are leaving the pit lane now, but TME Racing are coming around down the home straight. So this would mean that TME Racing will take the lead, but they won't have a massive lead. As you can see, they're coming down to the timing lines now. So Patrick is coming down, and you can see, there you go, the McLaren in the distance there. So I think there'll be about 15 or so seconds, but we do know, like I said, Patrick is one of the fastest drivers out there. DRS Team Italia, looks like they will then tuck into second place. The K1 Esports car is they had damage. Oh no, they're going in the pits now as well. Okay, so the K1 Esports car's gone in the pits as well now. So this should give us an idea then of roughly where everyone's going to pop out. It looks like DRS Team Italia have been the team on the move. And we can see, yeah, Simon saying SWR team go. Yeah, they are in 8th place currently. So they must have made a pit stop mistake, I think. Because SWR are right up there in the hunt for a podium. And they've just fallen off the back. And I wonder if Bellametti maybe underfueled the car or something. I don't know if anyone from SWR that speaks English can sort of confirm why they're so far down the order now, because they find themselves behind United E-Racing, behind XRL, behind Evandro. Yeah, you can see now, yeah, so it looks like Drivers Room have made the move past K1 Esports. K1 Esports, actually, it looks like Evandro. Yeah, so Evandro now are going past, you see. So this is, yeah, Evandro moving into net P4, and AXRL are somewhere behind. So I think K1 Esports will finish here in... they'll come out in P4, sorry, P5. Yeah, because I don't think AXRL, yeah, they're too far behind. Yeah, so when, yeah, Rushton should be leaving the pit soon, and yeah, so SWR, I don't know what's happened there because they are so far behind. Because at one point SWR and the K1 Esports, they were all on par with each other. But now it looks like, yeah, we can see now that the Ford Mustang is moving ahead. They've stopped again, so I'm not sure what's going on here. AXRL are coming around the final straight, so it looks like actually that the K1 Esports are going to lose out of position to AXRL. They're coming down now, so the AXRL are going to cruise past here, and I don't know, yeah, United E-Racing as well, they are just behind. So you can see they're coming up to the fast board now. Where are United E-Racing coming out here? They're going to go... There you go. They're just getting past as well. So K1 Esports. So I'm not sure what's happened with the pit stops there, but they have lost out to AXRL and United E-Racing, and SWR obviously coming down the pit straight now. So K1 Esports are some way back. If you think about Evandro, obviously they are now almost a lap ahead. I think TME Racing. Yeah, I don't know what's happened there. Anyone from K1 Esports can give me I don't know what's happened there. I'm not sure if maybe some of the pit stops haven't happened yet. I'm trying to work out what's happened there because you seem to have dropped. SWR and K1 seem to be a bit further down. So unless everyone else has got a pit again, and I've just got this completely wrong, but with 35 minutes to go, surely TME Racing can last because they pitted with 1 hour and 5 minutes to go, so they should be fine to the end. DRS Team Italia have just come out of the pits 10 seconds off of the lead, so they are they're finished for qualifying. Maybe Drivers Room have to pit again, I'm not sure. I mean, because I suppose if Drivers Room, Evandro, AXRL and United E-Racing have to pit again, then obviously K1 will have an opportunity here. But you can see SWR are 5.6 seconds behind K1. K1 are 4.2 seconds off the back of United E-Racing. And then United E-Racing are 6.7 seconds off the back of AXRL. So there's still a lot of potential overtakes to happen. And we also have Freeman back in the car. Dan Freeman is 1.3 seconds on the back of the Razorbacks team. The Razorbacks at one point, like I said, were legitimately in second place in this race, and they've just tumbled down a little bit and stayed in the high, stayed in sort of the high tens, the high teens. But the Razorbacks, I think, will be a team to watch out for in future races for sure. But yeah, we can see now if Freeman can put some pressure on the Razorbacks team. So any predictions here for a podium, guys? Anyone that's in the chat, let me know what you think might potentially be the final. Yeah, there you go. So that answers my question. I was going to say, yes, the Drivers Room are pitting again. I was going to say that didn't seem right. So Drivers Room are pitting again. So that means that DRS Team Italia and TME Racing, they're going to be miles ahead of everyone else because they have completed their last stops. I'm pretty confident of that. So I think Evandro maybe has to pit again. And maybe XRL and maybe United E-Racing have to pit as well. So, yeah, I think K1 and SWR will be further up the order. But SWR are starting to close in on K1 Esports here. They are slowly catching up. We will just... I'm just going to quickly disappear for 1 second. Phantom in the chat saying just got out the car for 113. You got out the car or got in the car? Oh, you were just in the car. Oh, so you're Rushton. Ah, okay, there you go. We're trying to work out what happened with your stint, because at one point you were 2.5 seconds. But to be fair, though, I don't think it's anything to do with your driving. I said because the DRS Team Italia have ended up only being 12 seconds off of the race leader. If you think about it, at one point they were almost a minute clear. So I think the DRS Team Italia were just on another planet with regards to their race pace in that last sector, in that, you know, that or Miatini, or whatever his name is. He is, he's fast. So he is up to P2, chasing down the race leader. Obviously, at one point, like I said, they were a minute clear. They're now only 12 seconds clear. So you can see what kind of good job the DRS Team Italia have done. We're still waiting to find out if the Evandro team have to pit again. It looks like Driver's Room have completed their last stop, and they are, so see where they are in relation to K1. So yeah, so they're about half a lap clear. So it looks like it may well be Driver's Room that are going to get the last podium spot if Evandro can't make it to the end. If Evandro somehow end up on the podium when they should have, like, I thought they were like a top team, sort of mid-table team, they have to surely be pitting again, so we'll keep an eye on that one. But if AXRL and United E-Racing don't have to pit either, that means that K1 and SWR have got it all to do, because they are down in 7th and 8th now. At one point they looked like they were going to be competing for a podium place. So I'm not sure exactly what's happened with the pit stops here, but that's the beauty of endurance racing. You don't really know what everyone's strategies are until the last lap. Yeah, Phantom saying that he's a lot slower than Bowen. He's just trying to finish his stint. That's fair enough. I mean, you've got Elite in your car at the minute. We'll see what he can do. He's got 4.8 seconds to catch up on Tremblay in the ID Racing team. Simone saying fly SWR. Yeah, they're getting closer now. SWR are getting closer to the K1 Esports car of Elite. Elite, this is his first stint of the day. He is coming at the last minute in the dark, so hopefully he's been practicing in the night time. But SWR and Bellametti is right up behind now. Bellametti trying to get that place back off of K1. They had a bit of a pit issue or something, obviously, that put them behind a lot of cars here, so we will see what they can do now. It looks like the Ford has gone wide here, and Bellametti has got the inside line. He has cruised past the Ford Mustang here, had a bit of a wobble coming out of there, and Bellametti and SWR move up into P7, only 5.3 seconds back off of the United E-Racing team of Tremblay. So that was a good move by SWR, moves them up one position, and like I said, we're just waiting to find out if Evandro, AXRL and United E-Racing have to pit. If they don't, then obviously SWR have got a lot of work to do to climb themselves back up the order, and if they haven't as well, fair play to these guys for obviously doing these big stints. DRS Team Italia just doesn't have the pace on Patrick Sajek at the minute, but we do know, like I said, that Patrick Sajek is one of the fastest console ACC drivers out there. He's a fantastic driver. We've had 169 laps so far. DRS Team Italia are doing everything they can to catch up with the race leader, but it may well have to be they're going to have to settle for second place. We have less than half an hour to go. We've been racing for 5.5 hours now, guys. We are into 1 a.m. or past 1 a.m. in the morning here in the UK, so I'm sure myself, like everyone else here, is can't wait to go to bed. But Evandro here is having a great race, currently in P3. Winters in the driver's room is sat in P4 at the minute. I think he's also waiting to see if Evandro has to pit again, 7.5 seconds back. Nielsen in the AXRL team is doing his best to stay ahead of United E-Racing Tremblay, and then SWR is Bellametti trying to close down that position to get back up to P6. I don't think there's much pressure from K1 Esports on SRC Motorsport. I think they are, they're about probably about a sector ahead, 22 seconds ahead. So can Skeen catch up with Elite as well is the question. We have 27 minutes left, 22 seconds behind, so they'd have to catch up a second a minute. So we'll keep an eye on that one as we go. Do we think, guys, in the chat that's obviously been watching this race from the start and keeping an eye on this, do we think Evandro has to pit again? Do we think that AXRL and United E-Racing have to pit again? So anyone that's part of those teams that can give us a bit of an insight would be interesting to find out. At the back of the field, Blackwing, since passing Puff past you, have now eked out a gap of 21 seconds. So watch out for Blackwing in future races. I think they have got more pace than their position shows. It looks like the second drivers room team, the DRO2, they are now only 11 seconds off the back of Phoenix. Dak, since their drive-through penalty, have managed to maintain that position over Phoenix. So Dak here sat in 22nd place, and that may well be where they're going to finish today. It looks like Dutch Douter Racing, they're P16 currently. They are the last of the 3 Porsche drivers. It looks like Made 4 Racing are holding that Porsche battle lead at the minute, but I don't know again whether these guys have to do one last stop. And we have SWR now. Look, they've caught up by 2 seconds on United E-Racing. They've got fresh tyres. They obviously fueled for the end of this race. 26 minutes to go. They are pushing to try and catch up with the drivers ahead. If Evandro, AXRL and United E-Racing don't have to pit again, that means they're doing one hell of a stint. So their tyres are going to be screaming by the end of this race. So I think SWR do have the fresher rubber, so I think they are making that count. They are the team on the move at the minute. Bellametti trying his best to catch up with these drivers. Even if he gets past United E-Racing, he has another 10 seconds to go to catch up with AXRL. It is currently 2.7 seconds, so when they go past the timing line up the straight, we'll have a look and see how fast he's caught up. It is still 2.8, so they've still got a few laps to go before they can do anything there. It looks like DRS Team Italia has now fallen back to 17 seconds off of TME Racing. So like I said, I think it is going to be that DRS is going to have to settle for what will be a second place. And it looks like Evandro as well is holding out a good stint here, and they're actually maintaining that 7-second gap on the driver's room. So driver's room aren't catching up here, so that means that if Evandro doesn't have to pit here, they will finish third in this race. And that means that maybe AXRL and United E-Racing don't have to pit again either. But with 24 minutes to go, I wonder if there's a way in timetable to see how many times people have pitted. I don't know. Can we see that? Can we see how many pit stops they've had? No, we can't, can we? There's no way of telling the pit stops, is there? It's a shame, really, because we could have had a look at that. We can now see that. Oh, there you go. So with 24 minutes to go, the GXRS Racing team are going into the pits. So it makes me wonder then if the drivers at the front still do have to pit. SWR is maintaining that gap of around about 2 seconds now. So they're not closing up to the United E-Racing as much as I thought they would. But actually, I say that it's 1.7 now. So they are closing that gap. So I think this is going to be, because there's the Ferrari there coming around the left-hander, and there's one car between these two drivers. So let's see, maybe in one more lap time that overtake will happen. Winters, again, like I said, they are not really pushing too heavily on Evandro here. So I don't know how long these guys are going to stay out there for, but it looks like they've got a bit more pace in them yet. The Dutch Data Racing team, they are closing down the gap on the Humble guys. Like I said, this is the Porsche battle, and it is they're all after 5.5 hours they are 14th, 15th and 16th. Dixon is 3.8 seconds off of the back of the GXRS team, and we have Van Lock here in 15th, and then obviously, like I said, behind them is Olaf. Obviously, Van Lock is half a minute behind Dixon here, so I think it will be Dixon that will take that Porsche battle. And then actually coming down to 19th place, we have a Ford Mustang in 19th, 20th and 21st, so a bit of a Ford Mustang battle is here as well. We do know the Ford Mustangs have been it's quite competitive on this track, but I'm just looking down as well actually at the second drivers room team. They're only 4.4 seconds off of Phoenix, so I don't know with 22 minutes to go how quickly they're catching up as they cross the line. We'll see if that does improve. It was 4.4 seconds, it's now 4.3, so they are catching up slowly. I wonder if that means there will be one more overtake at the back as well. Just going back here, see, it looks like Elite is now right up on the back of SWR, so it looks like maybe SWR Bellametti has made a mistake out there. In fact, I think K1 Esports is through here, so somewhere around here Bellametti has made a mistake or something's happened, because he was catching up quite quickly with Tremblay, and now K1 Esports is back out in front. So K1 Esports now has 11-second gap to the 6th place team, but yeah, Bellametti, if he wants to beat K1, he's going to have to do it all on the track again. So all that hard work and all that time catching up to the drivers ahead has gone out the window, because he's made a mistake out there somewhere, and he now has to start all over again. It doesn't look like Tremblay has been caught up in an instant though, because he is still roughly about the same kind of distance he was behind like he was previously. One thing to mention as well is that Winters for Drivers Room has caught up with Evandro by about 3 seconds, so I wonder if Evandro's tyres are starting to fall off a cliff. There is 21 minutes still to go, so obviously it still well may be that they have to pit. But yeah, Winters catching up by about 3 seconds in the last few minutes means that maybe those tyres are starting to fall off a cliff. We need to keep an eye on that one. Yeah, so Drivers Room now, the DRO2 car has now got down to less than 4 seconds back. So there is going to be, I think, some overtakes. I'm just going to go back here to the Razorbacks. Razorbacks right up behind Dutch Delta Racing. This is a position for a pass for 16th and 17th. The BMW cruises straight past that Porsche. He made that look really, really easy, but that is the speed difference of those cars, and Razorbacks moved himself up into 16th place. Ferrari back in the car, he was the driver at the start, and the Razorbacks, yeah, back up in 16th, and they have 5 seconds to go if they want to catch up to the 15th place man, the Humble guys, but that may well be where their race is going to finish, because I don't think with 20 minutes to go they're going to catch up half a minute on the final Porsche. I may be wrong, but yeah, let's see how they get on and catching up with the next Porsche in that order. Going back to Oliver in the DRO2, they're now only 2 seconds off the back of Phoenix Endurance. Let's just go back down to 3 seconds now, so we won't just sit with that one for a minute. SWR, so the Bellametti, is now half a second off the back of K1 Esports. It might have already passed them actually. It looks like the overtake has happened. Yes, SWR are now back up to 7th place. They passed K1 Esports. Elite back down to 8th place. SWR back up to 7th, and they have 11 seconds to catch up if they are to. And big news at the front. That's bad news for Evandro. All that hard work is now going to come undone. If he doesn't have to pit again, that is devastating for Evandro, and great news for Drivers Room DRO1, because Evandro now under pressure from that Ford Mustang has made an unforced error, and he will now have to go and do a drive-through penalty, which is going to cost him over half a minute, which means he is going to lose positions to Drivers Room. Is going to move up to that final podium spot. AXRL as well is they'll be right up on the back of Evandro, so that's bad news. If Evandro does have to pit as well in the last 18 minutes, that's even worse for them. So yeah, that's gutting. But obviously this is where the brutal side of the ACC comes in, because it doesn't matter how much hard work you've done, if you can't keep the car on the track in the final few minutes of a 6-hour endurance race, you're going to find yourself getting those penalties. So really unlucky for Evandro. I kind of hope for their sake they did have to pit again, obviously, otherwise that is a podium finish thrown out of the window with only 18 minutes left on the clock. So Winters is going to be buzzing with that, and Drivers Room are going to be really, really happy that they are going to get that last podium spot. I think, like I said, TME Racing are going to win this race with 80 minutes to go. They've been in cruise control for 174 laps. DRS Team Italia have slowly and steadily eked their way up to the front, and they are now comfortably sat in second place. And it is, there you go, Evandro doing that drive-through penalty now. And then Drivers Room are going to take that third place position off of them. They're going to cruise through, and then I don't know how far AXRL behind. Yeah, they're like a half a lap behind. I don't think they're going to catch up. The drive-through penalty should ease. Yeah, they should be coming through to finish soon now. I think they're halfway there. XRL come, no, yeah, they're not going to be anywhere close. So I think Evandro will comfortably come out back in 4th, but that is going for them. Like I said, if they do have to pit again, though, they will lose more positions. SWR have caught up a 2nd on United E-Racing here for 6th and 7th. And SWR and Bellametti is going to keep pushing that car all the way to the end. He may potentially be able to catch up, but yeah, I don't know. And Skeen was about 22 seconds off the back of Elite. It is now only 14 seconds. With 17 minutes to go, don't rule out SRC potentially nicking 8th place off of K1 Esports. Maro Abasta in the chat saying push Bellametti, push. I think Bellametti has got a chance. Bellametti now, I say that he was 10 seconds off of the back of United E-Racing. It is now 9.4, so with 16.5 minutes to go, Bellametti here can potentially get 6th place off of United E-Racing. We don't know yet whether AXRL and United E-Racing have to do a little stop at the end. If they don't, then we do know that SWR pitted and will have fresher tyres on that car. So Bellametti pushing with all his might. Last time he pushed too hard, he made a mistake and fell back down behind K1 Esports, and he has now had to recover back up and chase back down United E-Racing. So potentially that means that's probably a top 5 position thrown away, but Bellametti is trying everything he can. Is now 8.7 seconds. I think he will comfortably catch up with Tremblay. Tremblay is struggling here, probably with his tyres, but he's trying to make them last here. And yeah, Vandro is now 25 seconds off of the back of the driver's room car, so that is unfortunate for them. But AXRL are 21 seconds back from him, so that should be fine. I don't think he's going to lose any more positions. Dixon here for Made 4 Racing is trying to chase down the GXRS Racing team. 3.3 seconds for them. It is worth mentioning as well the Razorbacks, I think they are now caught up onto the back of the Humble guys. We did say this is probably where their race is going to finish. Can they make the move and get themselves up into the top 15? They're right up. It's pitch black here at Paul Ricard now, so you're just relying on your instincts around this track sometimes, because you can't see necessarily where all of the corners are. There's no floodlights around this track in most parts, so it is all down to the lights of the car. They're onto the back straight now. We do know that the Porsche has just got a terrible straight line speed, and the BMW should make short work of this. The Porsche moves to the left. I don't know if he's going to weave back to the right again. He's trying to break the toe of this BMW. BMW is clawing it back, and he's getting closer and closer and closer. And I think he will try and go to the outside and then make the move done. I don't know if they'll get it stuck, but the BMW is going to hold the outside line. The Porsche will hold the inside line. He may well dive down the inside here into the next corner, or he may wait until the next turn. But the Razorbacks here will try and get this move done and move themselves up in 2P15. He already cruised past one Porsche and moved up the track by 10 seconds. And yeah, he's trying to dive down the inside here, but I think it'll be next lap he gets this move done. Mara Basta saying hammer time for Bellametti. It is indeed. Bellametti is now only 7.1 seconds behind United E-Racing. Duffy saying come on Skino. Yeah, Skino, I think he is going to have an opportunity, so we are going to I'm just going to ride with the BMW here whilst he tries to make this move done. He's coming down the home straight now. I don't know if he's going to try a dive bomb down the inside. That Porsche, I think it's just a matter of time before he loses the position to the BMW. He looks like he is going to try and dive down the inside. He holds that line, but the Porsche just cuts in front of him. I think it will be down the back straight. That move will get completed. But back up at the front, Skeen is now only 9.5 seconds behind the K1 Esports team car. It was 14 seconds 3 minutes ago. It is now only 8 seconds. So I think Skeen will have enough time to catch up and at least try and make a move. Likewise, Bellametti is closing down on the United E-Racing car, and that will be a potential overtake for... And there we go. That was the answer we had. Oh no, the driver's room car is back in the pit lane. Why have they made a fuel mistake? Because they only pitted recently, so I think driver's room may have made a mistake here. They have underfueled their car. This is what we were talking about, and that is big news for Evandro. Evandro, even with their drive-through penalty, are back up into P3, AXRL have moved through into 4th, and so has United E-Racing. So SWR has made up another place here, because Drivers Room are falling down the order massively here. I don't know what's happened there. They must have underfueled their car. That is devastating news for the Drivers Room. So Bellometti now has a chance to get up into the top 5 here for SWR, because we don't know, as well as I said, if AXRL, United E-Racing and Evandro have to pit as well. If that is the case, then SWR have moved themselves into the prime time to get themselves on the podium. We'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. But we have two big moments here. We have the SRC on K1 Esports here, and we have SWR on United E-Racing. So yeah, big news here. We have the Razorbacks as well. I think the BMW has made that move on the Porsche, and they now find themselves up into the top 15, but with half a minute to catch up with the next driver along. I think Razorbacks will have to settle for a top 15 finish. I'm not sure what's happened here, because they're still in the pit lane. I'm not sure what's happened here, but that is not good news for Drivers Room. They're tumbling down the order. And yeah, SRC are trying to close on K1 Esports, and you can see SWR now 6.9 seconds off of the back of United E-Racing. If those guys are out there for one last stint, those tyres must be screaming now with 11.5 minutes to go. Drivers Room is still in the pits here. This is some sort of big mistake. I'm not sure what's going on here, but the driver now is setting off. It can't have been a fuel stop there, because surely you wouldn't be stopping for that long. Dixon here is closing the gap on the GXRS team. Only 2.8 seconds to go to potentially get 13th place here as well. At the back as well, Oliver is still chasing down Phoenix. It's now 2.5 seconds, so there's still a bit of time for them to catch up and overtake. We're coming up to the last 10-minute mark. Bellometti is now 6 seconds off of the back of the United E-Racing car. This is a battle for the top 5, and Skeen is 7.6 seconds with 10 minutes to go. Their progress is starting to slow, isn't it? They're not catching up as fast as they were earlier, and I'm wondering if the tyre advantage is slowly dissipating, and I wonder if they've got enough time left to get this job done. They're going to have to, Skeen especially is going to have to start getting a wriggle on. Elite is trying his best to potentially hold on to that 7th place position. Where has that other driver come out? I'm just trying to look. Where is... They're down in 17th place. What's happened there? Is anyone from Drivers Room can tell us what happened there? Because they have fallen right out of... They were literally a shoo-in for a podium, and they're now 17th. What's happened? Does anyone know? SWR 5.7 seconds now off of a 5th place finish. Fifth place for them would be worth 48 points, which is not a bad way to start the championship season. See, Skeen, his progress is slowing down. I wonder if these guys are going to actually do this now. I'm skeptical now. And Oliver has fallen off the back of Phoenix now. It was 2.5 seconds, it's now 3.5 seconds. So all these drivers that are pushing are slowly falling back down the order. The only person that seems to be catching up a little bit at the minute is Dixon. Dixon trying to catch up with the ERD GXRS racing team. And yeah, he is going to have a chance. I presume he can see that driver ahead. There you go. That is the McLaren just ahead of him there. So he can see the driver in his sights, and sometimes that's enough for you to kind of pull yourself in. Yeah, we've got... coming 8 minutes and 45 seconds left. See, Skeen now 5.8 seconds back, so that's been a big push from him there. So Elite must have made a mistake somewhere that has clawed 2 seconds back, and Bellometti now within 4 seconds of the top 5. We are going to see a couple of overtakes come the end of this race. It depends what kind of defensive battle these guys can put up. We have 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. It looks like I said, Patrick Sajek is now 26 seconds clear. He's been in cruise control, and his team have been in cruise control this entire race. And they now have 8 minutes to go in order to take the maiden victory. DRS Team Italia, 26 seconds off the pace, but they are comfortably in second place here. Evandro is almost a lap behind. The question is with 7 minutes 50 seconds to go, does he have to pit? If he doesn't, then Evandro will surely be the driver of the day, or the team of the day, getting all the way up to 3rd place. AXRL as well, that's another shout out team. So like I said, at one point United E-Racing, AXRL, Novasport and Evandro were all racing for a mid-table position, and somehow they found themselves sat in 3rd, 4th and 5th. There's a master stroke on the strategy by these 3 teams if they haven't had to pit. Unbelievable driving. Bellametti now, I presume when he crosses the line, where is his timing screen going to be? Let's see, he is now 3.2 seconds back. And then when the Skeen comes across the line, we'll see where he stacks up against the Ford. Is that the one ahead? No, they're a bit further down. This one in the difference. So it's 3.2 for Bellametti and it's 4.4 for Skeen. And with 6 minutes to go, it's going to go down to probably the last lap, guys. This is going to be close. Also, Dixon now right up behind Wheel in the ERD GXRS Racing Team McLaren. Dixon has a chance here to steal 12th place off of that team, and he will be trying his best to get there. Evil saying we started in P20 AXRL Novasport. Yeah, I think between you and... can someone click on my stream and go back to the start of the race and tell me where Evandro started? I want to know if AXRL or Evandro have made up more places. Can someone just quickly click on the stream and just jump back to the start? Evil, if you can do that, and just have a look and see, and let me know where Evandro started in relation to you, because I think and also let me know where United E-Racing started as well, because those these three drivers are easily a shoe-in for teams of the day. Bellametti now 2.6 seconds off of the back of United E-Racing. Dixon, it looks like he's fallen back a little bit, 1.4 seconds back, and Skeen now 3.9 seconds back. So we've got 3 big potential chances to make big overtakes at the end. There's 5th and 6th, battle for 5th and 6th, battle for 7th and 8th, and we have a battle for 12th and 13th. We also have, it looks like Oliver's car has run out of steam here. He was 2.5 seconds, it's now 4.3, so I think that battle is over. So we're just going to stay with these main battles at the end. Bellametti now only 2.1 seconds back. So with 5 minutes to go, it's probably going to go down to the last lap here. So it's I don't know if you can see the car ahead. That looks like it is the Ferrari ahead of them, so he can see what he has to do to catch up with Tremblay. But can Tremblay put on a defensive masterclass and stop SWR getting through? It is 1.6 seconds now, so yeah, it's gonna happen soon. And we also have Skeen now 2.6 seconds, so again he'll be able to see the Ford Mustang ahead. You can see that white Ford Mustang has got a Ferrari separating them, which will probably get out of the way. But these drivers are going to go down to the wire. Dixon, yes, within a second as well. So he can see the McLaren ahead. So we've got 3 potential overtakes here with 4 minutes to go to help their team out. It is ridiculous. They said after 5 hours and 55 minutes of racing, people are within a second of a potential overtake. It's crazy, isn't it, to think about? But we will keep an eye on these. Such good racing. It's been a really good standard of racing all the way through today. Bellametti now, he has Tremblay in his sights. Skeen actually has Elite in his sights, so it is going to be close here now, guys. But obviously Skeen needs to get that Ferrari out of the way, because that guy is going to potentially stop the overtake from happening. Although he will give him a bit of a slipstream boost coming down the back straight next time round. Bellametti now is also less than a second off of the back of Tremblay. This is a battle for 5th and 6th right here. We do know that SWR has a better tyre than but obviously better tyre than the United E-Racing car. So although Tremblay may be trying to put on a defensive masterclass, his car just may not have the grip left over to put a defensive battle in. I need to try and keep an eye on this one, because there you have Skeen on Elite, and then here we go. So this is going to happen right now, I think. So this is, as long as he can get a good run out this corner, he just want to scrub the speed. He's gone a bit wide there, and that's going to hug that line. Is that going to affect his... Oh, he's gone out wide. But this is it now, I think this will be an overtake right here, because obviously he has had a good run out the last corner. Tremblay has done his best to defend it, but I do think that the AWI is going to... He's probably going to want to try and take the inside line if he can. He does eke out here. He goes alongside the Ferrari. This is 5th versus 6th. Aston Martin versus Ferrari. It looks like the Ferrari does have the straight line speed, so he's going to have to make it down in some of the corners. So the Ferrari, so at least Tremblay knows if he can hold on for the rest of the lap, he does have the straight line speed. But Bellometti right up behind Tremblay now, and he is going to try and dive down the inside here. Like I said, we do know the Aston Martin has the better grip. Can Tremblay hold on for another 2 minutes here? I just want to say I don't want to miss the overtake here, but Skeen as well. So Skeen, he's still got a bit of time to catch up with here, but Bellometti is the man on the move. So where is Patrick on this? So when Patrick crosses the line, he will complete his final lap. Tremblay here, like I said, doing his best, but it looks like the Aston Martin has dived down the inside of the last corner, and that is SWR through to 5th place. Great overtake there, and I don't know if the Ferrari is going to be able to put up a fight here once that Aston Martin is passed. I'd imagine that's going to be job done. So, Bellometti here does get the move done. I don't know if the Ferrari is going to put up a fight. He is going to try and look down the inside, but no, it looks like United E-Racing is going to have to settle for 6th place here. Let's go over to Skeen. Skeen now chasing down K1 Esports here. It looks like he's got the outside line, and he is side by side now. Skeen is got the move done as well, so that is the McLaren through. So both drivers have got the move done coming out of the last corner, and that is SRC up into 7th, SWR up into 5th, and Dixon now, he has to try and see if he can get the move done. He is chasing down the McLaren of the DXRS team, and he's the last driver to try and get the move done, and then that will be with 37 seconds to go. Let's just go and ride with the front runner, which is Patrick. I don't know if he's going to slow down and just force the race to end here, or is he going to do one more lap? He seems like the kind of driver, if you ask me, that he's going to do one more lap. So we are now into the final lap of the race.
On the final lap now. Give it all you can.
So I think Bellometti for SWR and Skeen for SRC are going to be buzzing that they've got those moves done with 1 lap to spare. We're going to ride with Patrick Sajek for the last lap. He's flashing his lights here. I don't know if that's just because he is, he knows he is 3 sectors away from taking the inaugural, the Proper One, also the Sim Racing Club, the Proper One Championship. This is a 12-month, 12-race endurance championship, and TME Racing have come out of the gates and showing their cards on the table straight away. They're clearly the team to beat, and as he goes down the long straight for the last time, he will be flashing his lights. He knows it's coming. He has done a fantastic job, him and his team, and it is now literally a matter of corners before he takes this victory. And at 1:30 in the morning UK time. So for some people racing in Europe, it'll be 2:30, 3:30. So well done to all these guys that have battled through their tiredness. They've battled through all of the back markers and all the obviously drive-through penalties, making sure they hit the pit box on time. There's a lot of factors that become involved when you're doing a big endurance race, and TME have done a fantastic job, and they're coming up to the line now to see this race out. 2 corners to go now. Patrick Sajek he started the race for the team, he's finishing the race for the team, and TME take round 1 of the Proper One Championship. Congratulations to them. That is 66 points in the bag, and that is a great race by them. You can see that Van Lock has passed the line. They finished 15th for THG. We can see that the Laser Squad have crossed the line. Where is the DRS team So we're going to stay with this team. Obviously, Team Italia. They're going to come around and take second place. I think Evandro. Yeah, they might cross the line there. So Evandro takes P3. Evandro and Joro, fantastic race by them. DRS Team Italia. They're going to take P2. Great drive by those three. That is your podium. TME Racing in first, DRS Team Italia in second, Evandro in third, XRL going to take a great fourth place. SWR, who stole fifth place with 1 lap to go, we're going to cross the line and take a great P5. They'll be buzzing with that. Tremblay will finish in sixth place for United E-Racing. SRC, sorry, a great recovery drive by them. They're going to take P7. They stole off of K1 Esports with 1 lap to go as well. So great driving by them. They cruise through. Big P7 for SRC. Great recovery drive considering their disconnects early doors. K1 Esports will take 8th place here. We do know Laser Squad have snuck in with a P10 finish here. Too Slow Racing. They had such potential to potentially take the podium. So Too Slow had a potential to take a podium here and have a lot of their drivers in the top 10. It hasn't gone their way today, but I'm sure they'll come back fighting in future races. But Ingham will take the 9th place position. They'll be happy with that. And that is rounding out your top 10. Visor saying great commentary all race. Hope you stick around. I'm not sticking around now. I'm going to bed. But but I really enjoyed this one, guys. It was great racing. You can see all the drivers pulling over now. But we'll cross the line over here now. Yeah, but that is the end of the first race of the season. There is TME Racing taking the win. DRS Team Italia taking second. Evandro and Joro taking P3. Great drive by all of them. I think my team of the day will probably go to Evandro, but I think it was probably a close with AXRL and with United E-Racing. Those 3 drivers seem to have stood out in regards to their recovery drives. Duffy saying great coverage. Thank you very much. My voice is shot to bits now, but I'm looking forward to going to bed. But yeah, that was an epic race, guys. 6 hours of Paul Ricard. Like I said, please remember to follow, like, if you've got the money, subscribe. Obviously, it all gets reinvested back in the channel. Obviously, watch it back as well. Obviously, tell your friends or family or whatever, anyone wants to watch back the race. It was a great, entertaining race. As endurance races goes, that was full of action from start to finish. Really happy with it. Big thanks to the Sim Racing Club for putting this in championship on. Like I said, we are going to be here now every single month, all the way to December. And then we're going to crown our first ever, the Proper One champion. So, yeah, thank you for tuning in, guys. It's been emotional. And I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Bye-bye for now.